Hey everyone, welcome back to a new episode of our podcast. Tonight we're setting sail into the fog-shrouded waters of the North Sea, back to a time when the very mention of dragon-headed ships could empty entire coastal villages. We're diving deep into the rise of the Vikings, but not the Hollywood version with horned helmets and theatrical battle cries. No, we're exploring the real story of how scattered Scandinavian farmers and fishermen became the most feared and far-reaching maritime force of the medieval world. Before you get comfortable for this journey through time, take a moment to like this video if you're genuinely interested in history that goes beyond the surface. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see our community spanning different time zones, all united by curiosity about the past. Now, settle in, maybe dim the lights, and let that soft background hum of your fan or heater create the perfect atmosphere. Tonight, we're not just learning about Vikings, we're understanding how geography, technology, and human ambition combine to create one of history's most remarkable expansions. How did isolated Scandinavian communities transform themselves into raiders who could appear anywhere from the Scottish Highlands to the gates of Constantinople? How did these same people become the backbone of medieval Europe's most extensive trade networks? The answers lie not in myth or legend, but in the cold waters of Scandinavian fjords, in the archaeological remains of longships, and in the silver coins that travelled thousands of miles from Baghdad to burial grounds in Sweden. So let's begin this exploration at the very source, in the harsh and beautiful landscape that forged the Viking spirit. The story of the Vikings begins not with a single dramatic raid or conquest, but with the slow, inexorable pressures of life in early medieval Scandinavia. Picture the landscape that shaped these people. Norway, with its deep fjords cutting like frozen lightning bolts into mountainous terrain. Sweden, dominated by vast forests broken by countless lakes and rivers. Denmark, a patchwork of islands and peninsulas where no point lies far from the sea. This wasn't just scenery, it was destiny, written in stone and ice. The Scandinavian climate during the 8th and 9th centuries was entering what historians call the medieval warm period. Temperatures rose just enough to extend growing seasons and make previously marginal lands viable for agriculture. But here's the cruel irony that would drive Viking expansion. As conditions improved, population grew. As population grew, the limited arable land became increasingly precious. In Norway, only about 3% of the land could actually be farmed. Imagine trying to feed a growing population when 97% of your territory consists of mountains, forests, and fjords. Families clung to narrow strips of fertile soil along river valleys or coastal plains. But these green oases were finite. When a farm could no longer support all the sons of a family, the younger ones faced a stark choice. They could remain as landless labourers, scraping by on the edges of society. Or they could look beyond the horizon. The social structure of these early Norse communities was both rigid and surprisingly fluid. At the top sat the jarls, wealthy landowners who controlled the best farmland and commanded the loyalty of lesser farmers. Below them were the carls, free farmers who owned their own land and formed the backbone of society. At the bottom were the thralls, slaves captured in raids or born into bondage, who performed the most back-breaking labour. But here's what made Norse society different from many other medieval cultures. Status wasn't permanently fixed. A bold carl could become wealthy through raiding or trade, potentially rising to jarl status. A jarl who lost his land through poor decisions or bad luck could find himself reduced to little better than a carl. This social mobility, combined with the constant pressure for land and resources, created a society that valued boldness, enterprise, and the willingness to take enormous risks. The rhythm of life in these communities revolved around the seasons with an intensity that's hard to imagine today. Spring meant ploughing and planting. Summer brought the endless labour of tending crops and livestock. Autumn demanded harvesting and preparation for winter. But winter, the long, dark winter that could last 6 months in the far north, created something unique. It created time. During these months when farming was impossible and travel by land was treacherous, Norse communities turned inward. Men gathered in great halls, sharing stories, planning, and most importantly, building. They built boats. They crafted weapons. They wove the social bonds that would hold raiding parties together when they faced death in foreign waters. Winter wasn't just a season of survival, it was a season of preparation. The political landscape of Scandinavia in the 8th century was fragmented into dozens of small kingdoms, earldoms, and chieftainships. No single ruler controlled even an entire modern country, let alone the whole region. This fragmentation was both a weakness and a strength. It meant constant competition and conflict between neighbouring rulers, but it also meant that ambitious men could carve out their own territories if they had the skill and courage to do so. Local chieftains, known as höfding, controlled territories that might encompass just a few valleys or a stretch of coastline. Their power rested on their ability to protect their followers, lead successful raids, and distribute wealth fairly among their warriors. This created a culture where leadership had to be earned and maintained through constant demonstration of competence and courage. A chieftain who couldn't deliver results wouldn't remain a chieftain for long. Religion played a crucial role in legitimizing this social order, but it also provided the psychological framework for the extraordinary risks Vikings would take. The Norse believed in fate, in the concept of wyrd, the idea that each person's destiny was already woven by the Norns, the three sisters who controlled fate itself. This wasn't fatalism in the sense of passive acceptance. Rather, it was the belief that while your ultimate fate was fixed, the manner in which you met it was entirely up to you. A warrior who died courageously in battle would feast forever in Valhalla, served by the Valkyries and preparing for the final battle of Ragnarok. But a man who died peacefully in his bed, what the Norse called a straw death, would find himself in the dreary realm of hell. This belief system didn't just encourage bravery, it demanded it. Better to die young and gloriously than to live long and unremarkably. The pressure for expansion wasn't just about population and land. It was also about silver, the lifeblood of the Viking economy. Scandinavia had limited sources of precious metals, but Norse society increasingly operated on a silver-based economy. Warriors expected payment in silver. Brides required silver for their dowries. Social status was measured partly by the amount of silver a man could display in arm rings, neck torques, and elaborate brooches. This created an endless hunger for wealth that couldn't be satisfied by farming alone. The Islamic world, flush with silver from mines in Central Asia, offered tremendous opportunities for those bold enough to reach it. But between Scandinavia and these silver-rich lands lay thousands of miles of dangerous territory, hostile peoples, and treacherous waters. Only a revolution in maritime technology would make such journeys possible. The development of the Viking longship represents one of history's great technological breakthroughs, though it happened gradually over several centuries. The ancestors of the Vikings had been building boats since the Bronze Age, but the ships that would carry Norse raiders across the known world were something entirely new. They combined speed, seaworthiness, and versatility in ways that no previous vessel had achieved. The key innovation was the clinker-built construction method. Instead of building a frame first and then attaching planks to it, Norse shipwrights started with the keel and built up the hull by overlapping each plank with the one below it. Each plank, or strake, was carefully shaped and then riveted to its neighbour with iron nails. This created a hull that was both strong and flexible, able to bend with the waves rather than fighting them. The choice of wood was crucial. Norwegian shipbuilders preferred pine for its straight grain and resistance to rot, Danish builders often used oak, which was heavier but incredibly durable. Swedish builders worked with whatever their forests provided, often mixing different woods in a single ship based on the specific requirements of each component. The keel, which had to bear the greatest stress, was always made from a single piece of the finest available timber. But the real genius of the longship lay in its proportions. These vessels were typically 6 to 7 times longer than they were wide, giving them the sleek profile that allowed them to slice through water with minimal resistance. A typical longship might be 70 feet long, but only 10 feet wide, with a draft of just 3 feet when fully loaded. This shallow draft was revolutionary. It meant Vikings could sail up rivers that larger ships couldn't navigate, appearing hundreds of miles inland where no one expected seaborne raiders. The symmetrical design of the longship was another breakthrough. Unlike most medieval vessels, which had a distinct bow and stern, longships were double-ended. They could reverse direction without turning around, simply by having the crew shift positions and start rowing in the opposite direction. In combat or during raids, this ability to escape quickly in any direction was often the difference between success and annihilation. Viking ships used a single large square sail made from wool, reinforced with leather strips, to maintain its shape when wet. This sail could drive the ship at remarkable speeds in favourable winds, but it was useless when sailing into the wind. That's where the oars came in. A typical longship carried between 20 and 60 oarsmen, depending on its size. These weren't galley slaves chained to their benches. They were free warriors who took pride in their rowing skills and could maintain punishing speeds for hours at a time. Navigation in the age before the compass required a combination of skill, experience, and intuition that's difficult to comprehend today. Viking navigators used the sun and stars when visible, but they also developed techniques for finding their way in overcast conditions that could last for days. They carried pieces of Iceland spar, a crystal that could reveal the position of the sun even through thick clouds by showing the polarization of light. The Vikings understood ocean currents, wind patterns, and the behavior of seabirds in ways that allowed them to navigate vast distances with remarkable accuracy. They could smell land before they could see it, recognize the color of water that indicated shallow areas or nearby coasts, and read the patterns of waves reflected off distant shores. This knowledge was passed down orally from master navigator to apprentice, creating a tradition of seamanship that was arguably unmatched in the medieval world. But technology alone doesn't explain the Viking expansion. The longship was a tool, not a cause. What drove Norse communities to build these vessels and launch themselves into the unknown was a combination of opportunity, necessity, and cultural values that made extraordinary risks seem not just acceptable, but desirable. The first recorded Viking raid, the attack on Lindisfarne in 793, wasn't the beginning of Norse maritime capability. It was simply the moment when that capability turned toward targets that would be remembered by history. The monastery on Lindisfarne, a tidal island off the coast of Northumbria, was everything that made Christian settlements attractive to Viking raiders. It was wealthy, holding centuries of accumulated treasures, including gold, silver, and precious manuscripts. It was poorly defended, protected more by its sanctity than by walls or warriors. And it was accessible by sea, sitting on a coastline that Norse navigators could reach without crossing hostile territories. The attack came without warning on a June day when the monks were going about their daily routines. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle recorded the terror in stark terms, describing how the heathen men ravaged God's church with plunder and slaughter. But from the Viking perspective, this wasn't an act of particular cruelty. It was simply good business. The monastery contained wealth that could be taken by men brave enough to sail across the North Sea, and the Christian taboos that protected it meant nothing to followers of Odin and Thor. This first raid established a pattern that would be repeated hundreds of times over the next 3 centuries. Small groups of warriors, usually between 30 and 60 men, would band together under a leader who could provide ships and organize the expedition. They would sail to a target identified through reconnaissance or information from previous raids, strike swiftly before organized resistance could form, and disappear back to sea with their plunder. The success of early raids created a snowball effect. Each successful expedition brought back silver, slaves, and stories that inspired others to try their luck. Young men who might have spent their lives as farmers began to see raiding as a path to wealth and glory. Chieftains who sponsored successful raids found their status enhanced and their ability to attract followers increased. The very success of Viking raids created the conditions for even more raiding. But raiding was never just about wealth. It was also about reputation, about the social capital that came from being known as a successful warrior and leader. In Norse society, a man's worth was measured not just by what he owned, but by what he had accomplished. Stories of raids would be told and retold in halls throughout Scandinavia, becoming part of the oral tradition that shaped how young men saw their possibilities in life. The targets expanded as Viking confidence grew. After the monasteries came trading towns, then royal estates, then entire kingdoms. What had begun as opportunistic raids evolved into systematic campaigns of conquest and settlement. But that evolution didn't happen overnight, and it didn't happen everywhere at once. The transformation of the Vikings from raiders to rulers, from pirates to power brokers, was a gradual process that would unfold over generations and across vast distances. As we'll see, the same ships that carried raiders to Lindisfarne would eventually carry settlers to Iceland, traders to Constantinople, and explorers to the shores of North America. The same culture that produced the terror of the North Sea raids would also create some of medieval Europe's most sophisticated trade networks and most enduring political institutions. The Vikings were never just one thing. They were raiders and traders, destroyers and builders, pagans, and eventually Christians, always adapting to new circumstances while maintaining the core values that had driven them from their Scandinavian homelands in the first place. The transformation from opportunistic raiding to systematic expansion didn't happen by accident. It was driven by the gradual realization that the wealth flowing back to Scandinavia from these early raids represented just a fraction of what was available to those bold enough to dig deeper into the political and economic systems of medieval Europe. By the middle of the 9th century, Viking leaders had begun to understand something crucial about the lands they were raiding. These weren't just sources of portable wealth to be grabbed and carried away. They were functioning economic systems that could be controlled, taxed, and exploited on an ongoing basis. A monastery might yield a spectacular haul once, but a trading town under Viking protection could provide steady income for decades. This shift in thinking coincided with changes happening within Scandinavia itself. The population pressures that had initially driven young men to seek their fortunes overseas were intensifying. Climate data suggests that the medieval warm period was reaching its peak, allowing agriculture to expand into previously marginal areas, but also supporting larger populations that would eventually outstrip even these expanded resources. More significantly, the social structures of Norse society were evolving in response to the wealth flowing back from raids and early trading ventures. Successful raiders weren't just becoming rich, they were becoming powerful in ways that traditional farming communities had never seen. A chieftain who returned from a successful expedition with chests of silver, strings of slaves, and stories of distant lands could attract followers from far beyond his traditional territory. These new wealth-based power centers began to compete with and eventually supersede the old land-based aristocracy. Why serve a jarl whose power rested on controlling a few valleys when you could follow a sea king whose influence stretched across multiple kingdoms? This dynamic created a feedback loop that pulled more and more of Scandinavian society into the maritime economy that was rapidly developing around Viking activities. The expansion of Viking activities also created new forms of specialization within Norse society. Not every expedition was a raid in the traditional sense. Some groups focused on trade, following established routes and building relationships with foreign merchants. Others specialized in what we might call military contracting, selling their services to foreign rulers who needed skilled warriors for their own conflicts. Still others became pioneers, seeking out new lands that could support permanent settlement. This diversification meant that the term Viking began to encompass a much broader range of activities than simple piracy. The word itself, derived from the Old Norse vikinga, originally meant something like creek dweller or bayman, suggesting someone who operated from coastal bases. But by the 9th century, it had evolved to describe anyone engaged in the complex web of raiding, trading, and settling that connected Scandinavia to the wider world. The development of permanent Viking bases outside Scandinavia marked a crucial phase in this expansion. These weren't temporary camps set up for a single raiding season, but fortified settlements that could serve as launching points for further operations and safe harbours for returning expeditions. The establishment of these bases required a level of organisation and long-term planning that went far beyond anything needed for hit-and-run raids. Consider the Viking base at Dublin, established around 841. This wasn't just a convenient place to beach longships. It was a carefully chosen strategic location that controlled access to the Irish Sea and the river routes that led deep into the Irish interior. The Vikings who founded Dublin had to negotiate with local Irish kings, establish defences against counterattacks, and create the infrastructure needed to support a permanent population of warriors, craftsmen, and traders. Within a generation, Dublin had become one of the most important slave markets in Western Europe, a hub where captives taken in raids throughout the British Isles were processed and sold to buyers from as far away as North Africa and the Middle East. This wasn't opportunistic raiding anymore. It was systematic economic exploitation that required sophisticated knowledge of international markets and trade routes. Similar bases were established throughout the areas of Viking expansion. York in northern England became Jorvik, a thriving centre of trade and craftsmanship that connected Scandinavian networks to the commercial systems of Anglo-Saxon England. The islands of Orkney and Shetland became stepping stones that allowed Vikings to project power throughout the northern seas while maintaining secure bases of operation. Each of these settlements developed its own character based on local conditions and opportunities, but all shared certain common features. They were invariably located at strategic points that controlled important waterways or trade routes. They combined military functions with commercial activities, serving as both fortresses and marketplaces, and they maintained strong connections back to Scandinavia, while also integrating into local economic and political systems. The establishment of these permanent bases also changed the nature of Viking expeditions themselves. Instead of having to return to Scandinavia after each raid, expeditions could winter overseas, allowing them to operate year-round and strike at targets that had previously been beyond their reach. This extended operational capability meant that Viking activities could become more sophisticated and ambitious. The Great Army that landed in England in 865 represented the culmination of this evolution. Unlike the small raiding parties that had characterized earlier Viking activities, this was a coordinated force of several thousand warriors, drawn from across Scandinavia and united under experienced leaders who had been operating in British waters for decades. The Great Army didn't come to raid and retreat. It came to conquer and settle. Over the course of 15 years, this force systematically dismantled the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of Northumbria, Mercia, and East Anglia, establishing Viking control over roughly half of what would become England. The territory they conquered became known as the Danelaw, a region where Scandinavian law, custom, and language would influence local development for centuries to come. What made the Great Army different from earlier Viking forces wasn't just its size, but its organisation and strategic vision. The leaders of this expedition understood that controlling territory was more valuable than simply raiding it. They established permanent settlements, distributed land among their followers, and created the administrative structures needed to govern their new territories. This transition from raiding to conquest was happening simultaneously in multiple theatres of Viking expansion. In France, Viking forces had been probing up the Seine and Loire rivers for decades, but by the late 9th century, they were establishing permanent footholds that would eventually evolve into the Duchy of Normandy. In Ireland, Viking settlements were expanding beyond their coastal bases to control significant portions of the interior. The success of these conquest-oriented expeditions created new models for Viking expansion that influenced activities throughout the Norse world. Young warriors, who might previously have been content with seasonal raiding, now aspired to win lands and lordships of their own. Established chieftains began to think in terms of kingdoms rather than just raiding territories. This shift toward conquest and settlement was facilitated by developments in Viking military technology and tactics. While the basic weapons of Viking warfare, swords, axes, spears and shields, remained largely unchanged, their application became more sophisticated. Viking forces learned to conduct siege warfare, to coordinate operations across multiple fronts, and to integrate cavalry and infantry in ways that matched or exceeded the military capabilities of their opponents. Archaeological evidence from this period shows increasing standardization in Viking military equipment, suggesting the development of something approaching professional military forces. The elaborate weapons and armor found in high-status Viking burials from the 9th and 10th centuries represent not just personal wealth, but investment in military technology that was becoming increasingly important for success in large-scale operations. The financing of these expanded operations required new forms of economic organization. The silver needed to equip and pay large military forces couldn't come from traditional raiding alone. It required access to the broader trade networks that were developing throughout medieval Europe and beyond. Viking expansion eastward through the rivers of Russia and Eastern Europe opened access to some of the richest trade routes of the medieval world. The Volga route connected Scandinavia directly to the silver markets of the Islamic world, while the Dnieper route provided access to the wealth of Constantinople and the Byzantine Empire. These eastern routes were fundamentally different from the western expansion into Britain and France. Instead of conquest and settlement, the eastern expansion was primarily commercial and diplomatic. Vikings traveling these routes, known as Varangians, operated more as traders and mercenaries than as conquerors. They established trading posts rather than kingdoms, formed alliances with local rulers rather than displacing them, and integrated themselves into existing political systems rather than overthrowing them. The wealth that flowed back to Scandinavia through these eastern routes was extraordinary. Archaeological finds from Swedish burial sites include silver coins from Baghdad, silk fabrics from Constantinople, and precious stones from Central Asia. The quantity of Islamic silver found in Scandinavian hoards exceeds the amount found in many regions of the Islamic world itself, testament to the success of Viking participation in these long-distance trade networks. This eastern trade also brought Vikings into contact with sophisticated political and economic systems that influenced their own development. The Varangians, who served in the Byzantine Emperor's Guard, were exposed to complex forms of statecraft and administration that some would later apply in their own territories. The trading relationships with Islamic merchants introduced new forms of commercial practice and monetary systems. The integration of these diverse economic opportunities, raiding in the West and trading in the East, created unprecedented wealth and power for successful Viking leaders. By the late 9th century, figures like Harald Fairhair in Norway and Gorm the Old in Denmark were using this wealth to build new forms of political authority that transcended traditional tribal boundaries. The consolidation of power within Scandinavia itself both reflected and contributed to the success of Viking expansion abroad. Leaders who could draw on resources from multiple sources, combining the traditional wealth of land ownership with the new wealth from overseas activities, could support larger military forces and more ambitious projects than any previous generation of Norse rulers. This period also saw the development of what we might call a shared Viking identity that transcended the traditional divisions between Danes, Norwegians, and Swedes. Vikings operating in Ireland might include warriors from all three Scandinavian regions, united by common language, religion, and cultural practices, rather than by tribal affiliation. This shared identity was reinforced by the development of common institutions and practices across the Viking world. The Thing, or assembly, where free men gathered to make collective decisions and resolve disputes, appeared in Viking settlements from Iceland to Russia. The same legal traditions, the same poetic forms, the same religious practices could be found wherever Vikings established themselves. By the beginning of the 10th century, this shared Viking culture had created what amounted to a parallel civilization that existed alongside and often in competition with the established powers of medieval Europe. Viking kingdoms and settlements stretched from Greenland to the Volga, connected by sea routes that carried not just goods and silver, but also people, ideas, and cultural practices. The peak of Viking expansion represents one of the most remarkable achievements in medieval history. From their origins as struggling farmers in the harsh landscapes of Scandinavia, the Norse had created a maritime empire that spanned continents and connected civilizations that had previously existed in isolation from one another. This expansion was driven not by any single factor, but by the convergence of environmental pressures, technological innovations, cultural values, and individual ambitions that created unprecedented opportunities for those bold enough to seize them. The Vikings succeeded not because they were particularly warlike or savage, but because they were adaptable, enterprising, and willing to take risks that others considered impossible. The longships that carried them across unknown seas were marvels of engineering, but they were tools in the service of human vision and courage. The wealth they accumulated through raiding and trading was impressive, but it was the means to an end rather than an end in itself. What the Vikings ultimately achieved was the expansion of the known world, the connection of distant civilizations, and the demonstration that geographic barriers were not insurmountable obstacles, but challenges to be overcome through skill, determination, and cooperation. By the mid-10th century, Viking influence had reached its zenith. From their homeland bases in Scandinavia, Norse culture, language, and political systems had spread across an area that encompassed much of northern and eastern Europe. The same ships that had terrorized the coasts of England and France were now carrying Norse settlers to the uninhabited landscapes of Iceland and the barely explored territories of Greenland. In the east, Varangian traders had established a commercial network that connected the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, creating one of the most important trade routes of the medieval period. The wealth generated by this trade supported not just individual fortunes, but entire kingdoms, and the complex political structures needed to govern them. The success of Viking expansion during this period created conditions that would influence European development for centuries to come. The political entities established by Viking settlers, from the Kingdom of Dublin to the Duchy of Normandy, would play crucial roles in shaping the medieval world. The trade networks pioneered by Viking merchants would provide the foundation for much of medieval European commerce. Perhaps most importantly, the Viking expansion demonstrated that the early medieval world was not a collection of isolated, static societies, but a dynamic system where determined groups could create new possibilities through exploration, innovation, and the willingness to venture into the unknown. The Norse had transformed themselves from marginal farmers into major players on the stage of world history, and in doing so, they had expanded the horizons of what seemed possible for medieval European civilization. But understanding the peak of Viking influence requires us to look beyond the dramatic raids and conquests that capture most of our attention. The true measure of Viking success wasn't just their ability to appear suddenly on distant shores with fire and sword. It was their remarkable capacity to insert themselves into the existing economic and political systems of medieval Europe, often becoming indispensable to the very societies they had once terrorized. Consider the transformation of Viking activities in Francia during the late 9th and early 10th centuries. What had begun as seasonal raids up the Seine and Loire rivers evolved into something far more sophisticated. Viking leaders like Rollo didn't just demand tribute from Frankish kings. They negotiated, forming alliances that served the interests of both parties. When Charles the Simple granted Rollo the territory that would become Normandy in 911, he wasn't surrendering to Viking pressure. He was recognizing that these Norse settlers had become so integral to the region's defense and economy that legitimizing their presence made more political sense than continuing to fight them. This pattern repeated itself throughout the Viking world. In Ireland, the Norse settlements that had begun as fortified trading posts evolved into genuine cities that became centres of commerce, craftsmanship, and political power. Dublin, Cork, Waterford, and Limerick weren't just Viking strongholds imposed on a hostile landscape. They became integral parts of the Irish political system, with Viking kings forming alliances with Irish dynasties and participating in the complex web of warfare and diplomacy that characterized medieval Ireland. The archaeological evidence from these urban centers reveals the sophistication of Viking commercial networks. Excavations in Jorvik, the Viking name for York, have uncovered workshops where craftsmen worked amber from the Baltic, silk from Byzantium, and silver from the Islamic world. These weren't crude military camps, but thriving commercial centers, where Norse, Anglo-Saxon, and international traditions merged to create new forms of art, technology, and social organization. The integration of Vikings into existing political systems was particularly pronounced in the Eastern expansion. The Varangians who traveled the river routes of Russia didn't conquer existing kingdoms so much as they grafted themselves onto them. In Kiev, Novgorod, and other trading centers, Scandinavian elites formed ruling dynasties that governed largely Slavic populations using a mixture of Norse and local traditions. The legendary figure of Rurik, supposedly the founder of the dynasty that would rule Russia for centuries, represents this process of integration. Whether Rurik was a historical individual or a composite figure created by later chroniclers, the story of his invitation by Slavic tribes to rule over them reflects a genuine historical pattern. Scandinavian military and commercial expertise was valued enough that local populations were willing to accept Norse leadership in exchange for the benefits it provided. This Eastern expansion also demonstrates the remarkable adaptability of Viking culture. The same traditions that produced the raiders of Lindisfarne also created the merchants and diplomats who negotiated trading agreements with the Abbasid Caliphate. Scandinavians serving in the Varangian Guard of the Byzantine Emperor followed the same cultural codes of loyalty and honour that governed warriors in the halls of Danish kings. But they applied these values in the service of Christian emperors and Orthodox theology. The wealth that flowed through these diverse channels created unprecedented opportunities for display and competition within Scandinavian society itself. The great ship burials of this period, like those found at Gokstad and Oseberg in Norway, represent not just individual wealth, but the resources of entire networks of followers and allies. A chieftain who could afford to bury a fully equipped longship, along with elaborate grave goods, was demonstrating his ability to command resources from across the known world. These displays of wealth served important social functions within Norse society. They attracted followers, intimidated rivals, and demonstrated the continuing vitality of traditional Norse values, even as those values were being applied in increasingly complex international contexts. A silver arm ring worn by a Norwegian jarl might contain metal that had travelled from Central Asian mines through Islamic markets, Varangian trade routes, and Scandinavian distribution networks. but it still represented the same ideals of generosity, loyalty, and martial prowess that had governed Norse society for centuries. The religious dimension of this cultural confidence is visible in the elaborate mythological systems that reached their fullest development during the height of Viking expansion. The stories of Odin, Thor, and the other Norse gods weren't just entertainment or spiritual comfort. They provided a framework for understanding and justifying the extraordinary scope of Viking activities. Odin, the wanderer who sacrificed his eye for wisdom and travelled between the worlds, became a model for the Viking explorer who ventured into unknown territories in search of knowledge and wealth. Thor, the defender of Asgard against the giants of chaos, represented the Viking warrior who protected civilized values against the forces of disorder. The concept of Valhalla, where warriors who died gloriously in battle would feast forever, provided both motivation for individual courage and justification for the risks inherent in Viking expeditions. These mythological frameworks weren't abstract theology. They were practical tools that helped Viking societies maintain their cultural identity even as they spread across vast distances and integrated into diverse political systems. A Varangian serving in Constantinople and a settler clearing forests in Iceland could share the same stories, the same values, and the same understanding of their place in the cosmic order. The peak period of Viking expansion also saw the development of increasingly sophisticated forms of political organization within the Norse world itself. The thing assemblies that had governed local communities in Scandinavia were adapted to meet the needs of scattered settlements and complex international relationships. The Icelandic Althing, established in 930, represented perhaps the most ambitious attempt to create a unified legal and political system for a society spread across a large territory without relying on centralized royal authority. These political innovations reflected the practical challenges of maintaining Norse identity and social cohesion across the enormous distances that Viking expansion had created. How do you preserve the values and practices of a traditional farming society when your people are scattered from Greenland to the Volga? The answer lay in creating flexible institutions that could adapt to local conditions while maintaining core principles that defined what it meant to be Norse. The legal codes that developed during this period show remarkable consistency across the Viking world. Whether in Iceland, the Danelaw, or the Varangian territories of Eastern Europe, Norse legal traditions emphasized compensation over punishment, community participation in decision-making, and the importance of maintaining personal honor. These weren't just legal systems. They were mechanisms for preserving cultural identity in a rapidly expanding and increasingly complex world. The commercial networks that supported this expansion reached their greatest extent during the 10th century. Archaeological evidence shows Viking Age artifacts distributed across an area that stretched from Labrador to the Black Sea, from the Arctic Ocean to the Mediterranean. This wasn't random distribution through warfare or accident. It represents systematic trade relationships that connected the most distant parts of the known world through Scandinavian intermediaries. The scale of this trade is visible in the hoards of silver that have been discovered throughout Scandinavia. These buried treasures contain coins and artifacts from dozens of different political entities, minted in places as distant as Samarkand and Cordoba. The weight and purity of silver in these hoards was standardized according to systems that were recognized from Ireland to the Caspian Sea, suggesting the development of international commercial practices that transcended political and cultural boundaries. This standardization extended beyond currency to include weights, measures, and trading practices that allowed Vikings to operate effectively in markets throughout Europe and beyond. A Norwegian merchant arriving in Novgorod with a cargo of amber and furs could expect to find standardized procedures for evaluating his goods, establishing prices, and conducting transactions that would be familiar to him from similar operations in Dublin or Hedeby. The sophistication of these commercial networks required new forms of knowledge and expertise. Viking merchants needed to understand not just the navigation techniques that would get them to distant markets, but also the languages, customs, and political systems they would encounter there. This created a class of cosmopolitan Norse professionals who were as comfortable negotiating with Arab merchants in Bulgar as they were with Irish kings in Dublin. The cultural exchange that resulted from these interactions enriched Norse society in ways that went far beyond mere accumulation of wealth. Viking art of this period shows influences from across the known world, incorporating motifs and techniques from Islamic, Byzantine, and Celtic traditions while maintaining distinctively Norse characteristics. The same synthetic creativity is visible in Viking technology, literature, and social practices. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Viking expansion during its peak was the way it managed to maintain cultural coherence across such vast distances and diverse environments. A Viking settlement in Greenland and a Varangian trading post on the Volga might be separated by thousands of miles and radically different climates, but they shared language, legal traditions, religious practices, and social values that made them recognizably part of the same civilization. This cultural unity wasn't imposed from above by any central authority. There was no Viking emperor or pope who dictated uniform practices across the Norse world. Instead, it emerged from the practical needs of people who maintained connections across vast distances through trade, warfare, and kinship ties. The same ships that carried raiders to foreign coasts also carried news, stories, and cultural innovations back to Scandinavia and out to scattered Norse settlements. The oral traditions that preserved and transmitted Norse culture were particularly important in maintaining this unity. The same stories, poems, and legal formulas could be heard in halls from Iceland to Kiev, carried by travelling skalds, merchants, and warriors who served as living links between distant parts of the Viking world. These weren't just entertainment, but mechanisms for preserving and transmitting the values, knowledge, and identity that held Norse society together. By the middle of the 10th century, this vast network of connections had created something unprecedented in medieval European history. The Vikings had established what amounted to an alternative civilization that existed alongside and often in competition with the established powers of the time. This wasn't a centralized empire in the Roman sense, but rather a loose confederation of settlements, trading posts, and kingdoms united by shared culture, common interests, and the maritime highways that connected them. The influence of this Norse civilization extended far beyond its own boundaries. The political systems pioneered by Viking settlers influenced the development of parliamentary traditions in England and Iceland. The commercial networks established by Viking traders provided the foundation for much of medieval European commerce. The exploration and settlement activities of Norse adventurers expanded the geographical knowledge of medieval Europeans and established the first European presence in North America. Perhaps most importantly, the Viking expansion demonstrated that the barriers that seemed to separate different parts of the medieval world were not insurmountable. Geographic obstacles, political boundaries, cultural differences, and technological limitations could all be overcome by societies that were willing to innovate, adapt, and take extraordinary risks in pursuit of their goals. The confidence that enabled this expansion was visible in every aspect of Norse culture during its peak. The elaborate ships, weapons, and jewelry found in aristocratic burials from this period weren't just displays of wealth. They were statements of cultural supremacy, declarations that Norse civilization could compete successfully with any other power in the known world. The mythological and poetic traditions that reached their fullest development during this time expressed a worldview that saw the Norse as cosmic champions, defenders of order against the forces of chaos. This confidence extended to their interactions with other civilizations. Vikings serving as mercenaries in Byzantine armies, weren't just hired swords. They were representatives of a culture that saw itself as equal to any other, worthy of respect and capable of contributing to the highest levels of medieval political and military organization. The same confidence is visible in the trading relationships that Vikings established from Greenland to Central Asia, negotiations conducted between equals rather than between superiors and subordinates. The architectural and artistic achievements of the Viking world during its peak reflect this same cultural confidence. The great halls of Scandinavian chieftains, the stone churches built by Norse settlers in distant lands, and the elaborate metalwork produced by Viking craftsmen all demonstrate a society that had the resources, skills, and ambition to create monuments worthy of its achievements. The urban centres that developed during this period were perhaps the clearest expressions of Viking success. Cities like Hedeby, Birka, Jorvik, and Dublin weren't just commercial centres, but cultural melting pots where Norse traditions combined with influences from across the known world to create new forms of art, technology, and social organisation. These cities attracted merchants, craftsmen, and scholars from throughout Europe and beyond, making them centres of innovation that influenced development far beyond their immediate regions. The legal and political innovations that emerged from these urban centres had lasting influence on European development. The merchant laws developed in Viking trading cities provided models for commercial practices throughout Northern Europe. The administrative systems created to govern diverse populations in Viking-controlled territories influenced the development of medieval kingship and bureaucracy. By 950, the Norse had created a civilization that spanned continents and connected cultures that had previously existed in isolation from one another. From their origins as struggling farmers in the harsh landscapes of Scandinavia, they had become one of the dominant forces in medieval European politics, commerce, and culture. Their ships carried not just goods and warriors, but ideas, technologies, and cultural practices that enriched civilizations throughout the known world. The peak of Viking expansion represents one of the most remarkable achievements in human history. Through a combination of technological innovation, cultural adaptation, and sheer determination, a relatively small population had managed to project its influence across distances that seemed impossible to traverse. They had demonstrated that geographic isolation was not an insurmountable barrier, that cultural differences could be bridged through trade and diplomacy, and that small societies could achieve great things if they were willing to embrace change and opportunity. The Norse world of the mid-10th century was a testament to human adaptability and ambition. It showed what was possible when traditional societies were willing to innovate, when local communities were prepared to engage with the wider world, and when individual courage was channeled into collective enterprises that expanded the horizons of human possibility. In creating their far-flung civilization, the Vikings had not only transformed themselves, but had also fundamentally altered the medieval world. They had connected distant continents, established new trade routes, founded lasting political institutions, and demonstrated that the boundaries of the known world were not fixed, but could be expanded through exploration, settlement, and cultural exchange. The longships that had once terrorized the coasts of Europe had become the vehicles for one of history's most successful expansions of human civilization. The warriors who had once been feared as harbingers of destruction had become the builders of cities, the founders of kingdoms, and the creators of commercial networks that would influence European development for centuries to come. At its peak, the Viking world represented the triumph of human ingenuity over geographic and cultural barriers, the success of adaptive societies in an ever-changing world, and the demonstration that even the most ambitious dreams of expansion and achievement could be realized through skill, courage, and the willingness to venture into the unknown in search of new possibilities for human flourishing. Human flourishing. The wealth that flowed from these distant enterprises fundamentally transformed the societies that had sent forth those first tentative raiding parties centuries earlier. By the 10th century, Scandinavian communities bore little resemblance to the struggling farming settlements that had launched desperate young men into the unknown waters of the North Sea. The silver that poured in from Cordoba and Samarkand, the slaves captured from Ireland and the Slavic territories, the exotic goods traded in Constantinople and Bulgar. All of this wealth had created new social hierarchies and new forms of political organization that would have been unimaginable to earlier generations. The traditional distinction between Jarl, Carl, and Thrall remained, but these categories had become far more fluid and complex. A successful sea king might control resources that dwarfed those of traditional landed aristocrats. A merchant who had established profitable trading relationships across multiple kingdoms could accumulate wealth and influence that rivaled royal treasuries. Even ordinary warriors who had participated in successful expeditions found themselves with silver arm rings and foreign goods that elevated their status within their home communities. This transformation was most visible in the great hall complexes that began appearing throughout Scandinavia during this period. Archaeological excavations at sites like Leira in Denmark and Gamla Uppsala in Sweden reveal structures of unprecedented size and sophistication, capable of hosting hundreds of guests and displaying wealth from across the known world. These weren't just larger versions of traditional longhouses. They were architectural statements designed to demonstrate the global reach and cosmopolitan sophistication of their owners. The artifacts found in these elite contexts tell stories of connections that span continents. A single burial from this period might contain weapons forged from Swedish iron, decorated with gold from Wales, alongside coins from Baghdad, silk from Constantinople, and amber from the shores of the Baltic. These weren't random accumulations of exotic items. They were carefully curated displays that demonstrated the deceased's participation in networks of exchange and alliance that extended far beyond traditional tribal boundaries. The religious implications of this transformation were equally profound. The traditional Norse pantheon had always reflected the values and experiences of a warrior society, but the gods themselves seemed to evolve in response to the expanding horizons of their worshippers. Odin, the wanderer between worlds, became an even more central figure as Norse explorers pushed into territories that seemed to exist at the very edges of the known cosmos. His ravens, Hugin and Munin, who flew across all 9 realms each day to bring him knowledge of distant events, provided a perfect metaphor for the intelligence networks that successful Viking leaders needed to maintain across their far-flung enterprises. The cult of Thor also adapted to reflect new realities. His hammer Mjolnir, which could level mountains and slay giants, became a symbol not just of individual prowess, but of the technological superiority that allowed Norse warriors to project power across vast distances. The elaborate hammer pendants that appear in archaeological contexts from this period weren't just religious jewelry. They were statements of cultural identity that could be recognized and understood from Iceland to the Volga. Even the concept of fate, so central to Norse worldview, took on new dimensions in the context of global expansion. The idea that individual destiny was woven by the norns at the moment of birth provided psychological framework for the extraordinary risks that Viking expeditions entailed, but it also suggested that some individuals were fated for achievements that transcended the traditional boundaries of time and space. A warrior who died in battle at Stamford Bridge and another who perished exploring the coasts of Vinland were both fulfilling destinies that had been determined by cosmic forces greater than any earthly king or chieftain. The poetry that preserved and transmitted these evolving mythologies reached new heights of sophistication during this period. The complex alliterative verse forms that Norse skalds had developed over centuries proved perfectly suited to capturing the scope and complexity of Viking achievements. The same poetic techniques that had once been used to celebrate the deeds of local heroes were now applied to adventures that spanned oceans and connected civilizations. These poems weren't just entertainment or cultural preservation. They were practical tools that helped maintain social cohesion across the enormous distances that Viking expansion had created. A skald who could compose verses that captured the essence of a successful expedition wasn't just an artist. He was a cultural technician whose work helped integrate new experiences into traditional frameworks of meaning and value. The standardization of poetic forms across the Norse world also served important political functions. When skalds from Iceland and Denmark could compose in the same meters and use the same complex kenning systems, they were demonstrating the continuing unity of Norse culture, despite geographic dispersal and political fragmentation. A poem composed in the court of a Norwegian king could be understood and appreciated in a Varangian trading post on the Dnieper, creating bonds of shared identity that transcended immediate political loyalties. The development of runic writing during this period reflects similar processes of cultural adaptation and standardization. The 16-character Younger Futhark that emerged during the Viking Age was simpler and more standardized than earlier runic alphabets, making it easier to use for the practical needs of merchants, administrators, and explorers who needed to communicate across vast distances and diverse linguistic environments. Runic inscriptions from this period appear on artifacts found from Greenland to Constantinople, suggesting the development of something approaching a standardized administrative language that could serve the needs of Norse communities wherever they established themselves. These inscriptions weren't just names or simple memorials. They included complex legal formulas, commercial records, and religious invocations that demonstrate the sophistication of Norse literacy during the height of their expansion. The legal traditions that supported this expansion were equally sophisticated. The thing assemblies that had governed local communities in Scandinavia were adapted to meet the needs of scattered settlements and international trading relationships. The legal codes that emerged from these assemblies show remarkable consistency across the Viking world, suggesting the development of something approaching a universal Norse legal system that could function effectively from Dublin to Novgorod. These legal systems weren't just collections of rules and punishments. They were comprehensive frameworks for organizing social relationships that could adapt to widely varying local conditions while maintaining core principles of Norse identity. The emphasis on compensation over punishment, on community participation in decision-making, and on the preservation of individual honor provided stable foundations for societies that were constantly dealing with the challenges of expansion, integration, and cultural contact. The commercial law that developed during this period was particularly innovative. The standardized weights and measures that appear in archaeological contexts throughout the Viking world weren't just conveniences for traders. They represented the creation of unified systems of exchange that could function across political and cultural boundaries. A merchant who understood the commercial practices of Hedeby could operate effectively in Dublin or Kiev because the underlying principles of Norse trade had been standardized across the entire network. This standardization extended to coinage and monetary systems as well. While Vikings continued to use silver by weight for many transactions, they also began minting their own coins that followed established international standards. The coins produced by Viking rulers in York, Dublin, and other centres weren't crude imitations of foreign models. They were sophisticated expressions of political authority that could compete successfully with the monetary systems of established kingdoms and empires. The urban centres that emerged during this period represent perhaps the clearest expressions of Viking success in creating new forms of social organisation. Cities like Hedeby, Birka, and Jorvik weren't just trading posts or military strongholds. They were cosmopolitan communities where Norse traditions combined with influences from across the known world to create entirely new forms of urban life. Archaeological evidence from these cities reveals populations that included not just Scandinavians, but also Anglo-Saxons, Franks, Slavs, Irish, and even merchants from as far away as Central Asia and North Africa. These weren't conquered populations held in subjugation, but voluntary participants in economic and social systems that offered opportunities unavailable elsewhere in medieval Europe. The craft production that flourished in these urban centers demonstrates the technological sophistication that Viking expansion had achieved. Workshops in Jorvik produced goods that combined raw materials from across the known world, using techniques that synthesized traditions from multiple cultures. A single artifact might incorporate amber from the Baltic, silver from Central Asia, and decorative techniques derived from Celtic, Anglo-Saxon, and Islamic traditions. This synthesis of influences created distinctively Viking art styles that were recognized and valued throughout medieval Europe. The intricate animal interlace that characterized Norse metalwork, wood carving, and stone sculpture wasn't just decorative. It was a visual language that could communicate Norse identity and values to audiences from Ireland to Byzantium. The same artistic vocabulary appears on objects found in archaeological contexts throughout the Viking world, creating a visual unity that reinforced cultural connections across vast distances. The architectural achievements of this period were equally impressive. The stave churches built by Norse communities in Iceland and elsewhere represent sophisticated adaptations of traditional Scandinavian building techniques to new materials and environments. These structures weren't just functional buildings, they were architectural statements that demonstrated the ability of Norse culture to maintain its essential character while adapting to new circumstances and influences. The fortifications built to protect Viking settlements and trading centers show similar sophistication. The circular fortresses known as Trelleborg that appear in Denmark during this period represent advanced understanding of military engineering and strategic planning. These weren't crude stockades thrown up for temporary protection. They were carefully planned installations designed to control territory and project power across significant distances. The naval technology that supported this expansion continued to evolve throughout the peak period. While the basic design of the longship remained consistent, archaeological evidence shows increasing specialization in vessel types for different purposes. Pure warships became longer and narrower, optimized for speed and maneuverability in combat. Trading vessels became broader and deeper, designed to carry maximum cargo with minimum crew. Exploration vessels were built for extended voyages in unknown waters, with additional space for supplies and equipment needed for long-distance navigation. The navigation techniques that enabled these voyages also reached new levels of sophistication. The sun compasses and crystal navigation aids that appear in archaeological contexts from this period represent advanced understanding of celestial navigation and optical principles. Viking navigators could determine their position and course with accuracy that wouldn't be matched by other European seafarers for centuries. The geographic knowledge that accumulated through these voyages was equally impressive. The sailing directions preserved in later Icelandic sources demonstrate detailed understanding of ocean currents, wind patterns, and seasonal variations that allowed Viking navigators to plan voyages with confidence across distances that other medieval Europeans considered impossible to traverse. This navigational expertise enabled the most ambitious achievements of Viking expansion. The settlement of Iceland beginning in the late 9th century represented the successful colonization of a previously uninhabited territory that lay hundreds of miles from the nearest known land. The voyages to Greenland and eventually to North America pushed the boundaries of medieval geographic knowledge to their absolute limits. The settlers who undertook these voyages weren't desperate refugees fleeing political oppression. They were successful farmers and chieftains who saw opportunities for advancement in territories that offered freedom from the increasingly complex political constraints of Scandinavian society. The fact that they could organize and finance such ambitious expeditions demonstrates the wealth and confidence that Viking expansion had generated. The agricultural techniques that these settlers developed for new environments show remarkable adaptability. The farming methods that worked in the temperate climate of Denmark had to be completely reimagined for the harsh conditions of Iceland and Greenland. The success of these adaptations demonstrates the practical intelligence and innovative capacity that had enabled Viking expansion in the first place. The legal and political institutions that emerged in these new settlements were equally innovative. The Icelandic Althing represents perhaps the most ambitious attempt in medieval Europe to create a unified legal system for a large territory without relying on centralized royal authority. The fact that this system functioned effectively for centuries demonstrates the sophistication of Norse political thinking during this period. The literary achievements that emerged from these settlements had lasting influence on European culture. The sagas that were eventually written down in Iceland preserved not just Norse historical traditions, but also sophisticated understanding of human psychology and social dynamics that rivaled the best literary productions of medieval Europe. These weren't crude heroic tales, but complex narratives that explored the moral and practical challenges of life in a society where individual achievement and social responsibility had to be carefully balanced. The religious innovations that accompanied this expansion were equally significant. The adaptation of Norse paganism to new environments and circumstances demonstrates the flexibility and vitality of traditional Norse culture. The same mythological frameworks that had served small farming communities in Scandinavia proved capable of providing meaning and guidance for explorers pushing into territories at the very edges of the known world. The eventual conversion of some Viking communities to Christianity didn't represent the abandonment of Norse values, but rather their integration with new religious frameworks. The distinctive forms of Christianity that emerged in Viking contexts preserved many traditional Norse emphases on individual honor, community solidarity, and the importance of achieving lasting fame through significant deeds. By the middle of the 10th century, these various threads of development had woven together to create a civilization that was unprecedented in medieval European history. The Vikings had successfully projected their culture across distances that seemed impossible to traverse, established settlements in environments that appeared unsuitable for human habitation, and created commercial networks that connected the most distant parts of the known world. This achievement wasn't the result of any single innovation or advantage. It represented the successful integration of technological capabilities, cultural values, and individual ambitions that had enabled a relatively small population to influence the development of civilizations across 3 continents. The longships that carried Viking raiders and traders were marvels of engineering, but they were tools in the service of human vision and determination. The wealth that flowed through Viking networks was impressive, but it was the means to achievements that went far beyond mere accumulation of treasure. The political systems that Vikings created in their settlements and kingdoms were innovative, but they succeeded because they preserved essential values while adapting to new circumstances and opportunities. The peak of Viking expansion represents one of history's most remarkable demonstrations of human adaptability and ambition. From their origins as struggling farmers in the harsh landscapes of Scandinavia, the Norse had become one of the dominant forces shaping medieval European development. Their influence extended from the political systems of England and France to the commercial networks that connected Europe with Asia and the New World. The civilization they created wasn't built on conquest alone, though Viking military prowess was certainly formidable. It was built on the ability to recognize opportunities, adapt to new circumstances, and maintain cultural coherence across vast distances and diverse environments. The same values that had governed small farming communities in Norwegian fjords proved capable of organizing expeditions that reached the shores of North America and the markets of Central Asia. The confidence that enabled these achievements was visible in every aspect of Norse culture during its peak. The elaborate ships, weapons, and jewelry found in aristocratic burials weren't just displays of wealth. They were statements of cultural supremacy, declarations that Norse civilization could compete successfully with any other power in the medieval world. The mythological and poetic traditions that reached their fullest development during this time expressed a worldview that saw the Norse as cosmic champions, worthy participants in the great dramas that shaped the fate of the world. This confidence extended to their interactions with other civilizations. Vikings weren't just raiders who appeared suddenly to steal treasure and disappear. They were diplomats, merchants, mercenaries, and settlers who could operate effectively in the most sophisticated political and commercial environments of their time. The same cultural codes that governed behavior in a Norwegian king's hall could be successfully applied in the imperial court of Byzantium or the trading centers of the Islamic world. The technological achievements that supported this expansion were equally impressive. Viking shipwrights, metalworkers, and craftsmen created tools and weapons that were recognized throughout medieval Europe for their quality and sophistication. The same innovative capacity that produced the longship also created the navigation instruments, commercial practices, and urban planning that enabled Viking civilization to flourish across such vast distances. The social institutions that held this far-flung civilization together were perhaps the most remarkable achievement of all. The thing assemblies, legal codes, and cultural practices that maintained Norse identity from Greenland to the Volga represent sophisticated solutions to problems that had never been faced by any previous civilization. How do you preserve cultural unity across distances that require months of dangerous travel to traverse? How do you maintain social cohesion when your population is scattered across dozens of different political and environmental contexts? The Norse answered these questions through institutions that were both flexible enough to adapt to local conditions and strong enough to maintain essential connections across vast distances. The result was a civilization that was simultaneously local and global, traditional and innovative, unified and diverse. At its peak, in the mid-10th century, the Viking world represented the triumph of human ingenuity over geographic and cultural barriers. The same ships that had once terrorized the coasts of Europe had become the vehicles for one of history's most successful expansions of human civilization. The warriors who had once been feared as harbingers of destruction had become the builders of cities, the founders of kingdoms, and the creators of commercial networks that would influence European development for centuries to come. The longships that rode at anchor in harbours from Dublin to Constantinople weren't just vessels of war and commerce. They were symbols of human possibility, demonstrations that the boundaries of the known world weren't fixed, but could be expanded through courage, skill, and the willingness to venture into the unknown in search of new opportunities for achievement and prosperity. The Norse had created something unprecedented, a civilization that spanned continents while maintaining its essential character, a culture that could adapt to any environment while preserving its core values, a society that proved that even the most ambitious dreams of expansion and achievement could be realized through the successful integration of individual courage and collective wisdom. In halls that stretched from Iceland to Kiev, skalds sang of deeds that had expanded the horizons of human possibility. Ships that had been built in the forests of Scandinavia carried goods and ideas that connected civilizations that had previously existed in isolation. Laws that had been developed in village assemblies governed communities that spanned thousands of miles and included peoples from dozens of different cultural traditions. The peak of Viking civilization represents not just the success of a particular people at a particular time, but a demonstration of human potential that continues to inspire and instruct. It shows what becomes possible when societies are willing to embrace change, when individuals are prepared to take extraordinary risks in pursuit of their goals, and when cultural traditions are strong enough to provide identity and guidance while flexible enough to adapt to new circumstances and opportunities. As the 10th century reached its midpoint, the Norse world stood at the pinnacle of its achievement. From their homeland bases in Scandinavia, Viking influence had spread across an area that encompassed much of the known world. The same culture that had emerged from the harsh landscapes of the north had proven capable of flourishing in environments as diverse as the green hills of Ireland and the steppes of Eastern Europe, the icebound shores of Greenland, and the sun-baked markets of the Mediterranean. The legacy of this expansion would endure long after the specific circumstances that enabled it had passed away. The political institutions established by Viking settlers would influence the development of parliamentary democracy. The commercial networks pioneered by Viking merchants would provide the foundation for much of medieval European trade. The exploration and settlement activities of Norse adventurers would establish European presence in territories that wouldn't be rediscovered for centuries. But perhaps most importantly, the Viking achievement demonstrated that human societies are not prisoners of their geography or their circumstances. The same communities that had struggled to survive in the harsh climate of early medieval Scandinavia had transformed themselves into one of the most successful and far-reaching civilizations in human history. They had shown that with sufficient courage, intelligence, and determination, it was possible to transcend any barrier and achieve goals that had previously seemed impossible. The fires that burned in the great halls of Viking chieftains illuminated more than just the faces of warriors and merchants gathered to celebrate another successful season of raiding or trading. They lit up possibilities that would inspire human ambition for generations to come, demonstrating that the horizons of achievement were limited only by the courage to sail toward them and the skill to navigate the unknown waters that lay beyond. The confidence that had carried Norse explorers across the Atlantic to the shores of Vinland wasn't born from reckless abandon. It emerged from generations of accumulated knowledge, proven techniques, and systematic understanding of how to survive and thrive in environments that would have defeated less prepared societies. By the late 10th century, this confidence had crystallized into something approaching scientific precision in their approach to exploration and settlement. The voyage to Vinland, undertaken by Leif Erikson around the year 1000, represents the culmination of centuries of gradual expansion westward across the North Atlantic. This wasn't a desperate leap into the unknown, but rather the logical next step in a progression that had already established thriving settlements in Iceland and Greenland. Each previous settlement had provided lessons, resources, and staging areas for the next phase of expansion. The Iceland settlement, beginning in the 870s, had taught the Norse how to establish agricultural communities in previously uninhabited territories. The challenges were immense. Iceland had no native trees suitable for construction, no indigenous mammals except for Arctic foxes, and a climate that was marginal for the grain-based agriculture that Scandinavians understood. Yet within a generation, Norse settlers had developed new techniques for building with imported timber, supplemented by local stone and turf, established successful sheep and cattle ranching operations, and created the political institutions needed to govern a scattered population across a large island. The lessons learned in Iceland proved invaluable when Norse settlers pushed even further west to Greenland. Eric the Red's establishment of settlements there in the 980s built directly on Icelandic experience, but required even greater adaptations to local conditions. Greenland's climate was harsher, its growing seasons shorter, and its isolation more complete than anything the Norse had previously encountered. The success of Greenland settlement demonstrates the remarkable adaptability that had become characteristic of Norse expansion. The settlers developed new forms of architecture suited to extreme cold, learned to exploit marine resources they had never encountered in Scandinavia, and created trade relationships with indigenous peoples whose existence had been unknown to medieval Europeans. Walrus ivory and narwhal tusks from Greenland found their way into European markets, while iron tools and woolen cloth flowed back to sustain the isolated Norse communities. These Western settlements also developed new forms of social organization that reflected their unique circumstances. The thing assemblies that governed legal and political matters in these communities had to function across vast distances with limited communication. The legal codes that emerged emphasized individual responsibility and community cooperation to degrees that would have seemed extreme in more densely populated areas of the Norse world. The exploration of Vinland built on this accumulated experience of Western expansion. The navigational techniques that had carried settlers to Iceland and Greenland were refined further for voyages into completely unknown waters. The supply systems that had sustained previous settlements were adapted for expeditions that might encounter any sort of environmental or human challenges. Archaeological evidence from the Lance aux Meadows site in Newfoundland reveals the sophistication of these exploration techniques. The Norse settlement there wasn't a crude camp thrown together by desperate refugees. It was a carefully planned operation that included workshops for iron production, boat repair facilities, and living quarters designed for extended occupation. The artifacts found at the site demonstrate connections back to Greenland and Iceland, showing that even at the very edges of the known world, Norse communities maintained the supply lines and cultural connections that sustained their identity. The encounters with indigenous peoples in Vinland represent the furthest extension of the cultural exchange processes that had characterized Norse expansion throughout Europe and beyond. The sagas that preserve memories of these contacts describe trading relationships, conflicts, and attempts at coexistence that follow patterns familiar from Norse interactions with other peoples throughout their expansion. What makes the Vinland expeditions particularly remarkable is that they represent purely voluntary exploration driven by curiosity and opportunity rather than necessity. By 1000, the Norse world had achieved a level of prosperity and stability that allowed some communities to invest resources in expeditions that offered no immediate practical benefits. This was exploration for its own sake, driven by the same cultural values that had originally propelled Norse expansion, but now applied to projects that pushed the boundaries of geographic possibility. The fact that these American settlements weren't permanent doesn't diminish their significance. They demonstrate that by the height of Viking expansion, Norse maritime capabilities had reached levels that wouldn't be matched by other European societies for centuries. The same technological and organizational skills that had established permanent settlements across Europe and the North Atlantic had proven capable of reaching the New World and establishing at least temporary footholds there. Back in the more established areas of Norse expansion, the 10th century saw the consolidation of gains that had been made through 3 centuries of systematic growth. The Viking kingdoms and settlements that had been carved out of Anglo-Saxon England, Celtic Ireland, and Carolingian France were maturing into permanent political entities that would influence European development for generations to come. The Danelaw in England had evolved far beyond its origins as conquered territory held by foreign occupiers. By the 10th century, it had become an integral part of English political and economic life, with Norse legal traditions, administrative practices, and commercial networks thoroughly integrated into broader English society. The hundreds of place names in northern and eastern England that derive from Old Norse testify to the depth of this integration. These weren't just names imposed by conquerors, but evidence of communities where Norse and Anglo-Saxon settlers had created hybrid societies that combined the best elements of both traditions. Archaeological evidence from sites throughout the former Danelaw reveals the sophistication of this cultural synthesis. Urban centres like York had become major commercial hubs where Scandinavian merchants, Anglo-Saxon craftsmen, and international traders created new forms of economic organisation that served markets throughout Northern Europe. The coins minted in these centres followed international standards while incorporating distinctively Norse symbolic elements, demonstrating the confidence and legitimacy that Viking rulers had achieved. In Ireland, the Norse settlements had similarly evolved from fortified trading posts into genuine cities that became permanent parts of the Irish political landscape. Dublin, Waterford, Cork, and Limerick weren't just Viking strongholds imposed on a hostile countryside. They had become centres of innovation where Irish, Norse, and international traditions combined to create new forms of art, technology, and social organisation. The manuscript illumination produced in these Irish-Norse centres represents some of the finest artistic achievement of the medieval period. The fusion of Celtic interlace patterns with Scandinavian animal motifs and international decorative elements created visual languages that were recognised and valued throughout Europe. These weren't crude imitations of established traditions, but sophisticated syntheses that demonstrated the creative potential unleashed when different cultures encountered each other under favourable circumstances. The urban development that characterised mature Viking settlements reflects the same innovative capacity that had originally enabled Norse expansion. The street layouts, building techniques, and infrastructure systems found in excavated Viking Age cities demonstrate advanced understanding of urban planning principles. These communities weren't just larger versions of traditional Scandinavian villages. They were purpose-built commercial and administrative centres designed to serve the needs of complex societies engaged in long-distance trade and political management. The craft production that flourished in these urban centres reached levels of sophistication that rivaled anything produced elsewhere in medieval Europe. The metalworking shops of York produced jewellery and weapons that incorporated techniques and materials from across the known world. The leatherworking establishments of Dublin created goods that were exported throughout the Atlantic trade network. The bone and antler carving workshops of these cities produced artistic objects that demonstrate mastery of complex decorative traditions drawn from multiple cultural sources. In Normandy, the descendants of Rollo's followers had achieved something even more remarkable. Within a century of their settlement, they had not only integrated into French political society, but had become leaders in military innovation and territorial expansion. The Norman knights, who would eventually conquer England and southern Italy, were the products of a cultural synthesis that combined Norse maritime traditions with Frankish military technology and administrative practices. The architectural achievements of Norman Normandy demonstrate the continuing vitality of Norse cultural values, even as they were expressed through new technologies and artistic traditions. The great stone churches and castles built by Norman lords weren't just displays of wealth and power. They were statements of cultural identity that maintained essential Norse emphasis on individual achievement and collective strength, while adapting these values to new forms of expression. The legal and administrative innovations that emerged in Normandy had lasting influence on European political development. The combination of Norse legal traditions, emphasizing individual rights and community participation, with Frankish concepts of territorial lordship, created new forms of governance that would eventually spread throughout Western Europe. The Norman contribution to the development of feudal institutions demonstrates how Norse political thinking continued to influence European development long after the original Viking settlements had been established. In Eastern Europe, the Varangian settlements along the great river routes had similarly evolved into sophisticated political and commercial entities that played crucial roles in regional development. The principalities of Novgorod and Kiev weren't just Scandinavian colonies imposed on Slavic populations. They had become centres of cultural and economic exchange, where Norse, Slavic, Byzantine, and Islamic traditions combined to create new forms of civilization. The archaeological evidence from these eastern centres reveals the extraordinary scope of the trade networks that connected them to the broader Norse world. Silver coins from Central Asia, silk fabrics from Constantinople, amber jewellery from the Baltic, and iron weapons from Scandinavia all appear in contexts that demonstrate the systematic nature of these long-distance connections. These weren't occasional exotic imports, but regular components of economic systems that functioned across distances that spanned continents. The political institutions that developed in these eastern settlements demonstrate the adaptability of Norse governmental traditions to widely varying local conditions. The Thing assemblies that had originated in Scandinavian farming communities were modified to serve the needs of commercial centres governing diverse populations engaged in long-distance trade. The legal codes that emerged emphasized commercial law and international relations to degrees that reflected the cosmopolitan nature of these communities. The religious synthesals that occurred in these eastern centres were particularly significant for the long-term development of European civilization. The interaction between Norse, Slavic, and Byzantine religious traditions created new forms of Christian practice that would influence the development of Orthodox Christianity throughout Eastern Europe. The conversion of Norse elites in these areas represented not the abandonment of traditional values, but their integration with new theological frameworks that could serve the needs of increasingly complex societies. The military traditions that developed in these Eastern contexts also had lasting influence on European warfare. The Varangian Guard that served Byzantine emperors represented the pinnacle of medieval military professionalism, combining traditional Norse martial values with the tactical sophistication and technological resources of the Byzantine Empire. These warriors became legendary throughout Europe for their effectiveness and reliability, creating military traditions that influenced warfare throughout the medieval period. By the late 10th century, all of these diverse threads of Norse expansion had woven together to create a civilization that was unprecedented in scope and sophistication. From their homeland bases in Scandinavia to their furthest settlements in Greenland and Vinland, from their commercial centres in Eastern Europe to their political strongholds in Western Europe, the Norse had created a network of connections that spanned the known world and extended beyond its previously recognized boundaries. The cultural unity that held this vast network together was maintained through institutions and practices that had evolved specifically to serve the needs of a civilization spread across enormous distances. The skaldic poetry that preserved and transmitted Norse historical and mythological traditions could be heard and understood in halls from Dublin to Kiev. The legal formulas that governed commercial transactions were recognized from Iceland to Constantinople. The religious practices that connected communities to their ancestral traditions functioned effectively, whether they were performed in the great temple at Uppsala or in a small shrine in Greenland. The technological achievements that supported this civilization continued to evolve throughout the peak period. The shipbuilding techniques that had originally enabled Norse expansion were refined further to create vessels specialized for different purposes and environments. The navigation methods that had carried the first raiders across the North Sea were developed into systematic sciences that could guide expeditions across oceans. The metalworking traditions that had produced the weapons and tools of early Viking raiders evolved into sophisticated craft industries that supplied markets throughout Europe and beyond. The commercial systems that connected these far-flung settlements represented some of the most advanced economic thinking of the medieval period. The standardized weights and measures that appear throughout the Norse world weren't just conveniences for traders. They represented the creation of unified systems that could function across political and cultural boundaries. The credit mechanisms that allowed merchants to conduct business across vast distances demonstrated understanding of financial principles that wouldn't become widespread in Europe for centuries. The urban planning that characterized mature Norse settlements reflected similar levels of sophistication. The cities that grew up around Viking trading centers weren't random accumulations of buildings and activities. They were carefully designed communities that maximized both defensive capabilities and commercial efficiency. The infrastructure systems that supported these cities, from water supplies to waste management, demonstrate practical engineering skills that rivaled those of any contemporary civilization. The agricultural innovations that enabled Norse settlements in marginal environments represented equally impressive achievements. The farming techniques developed for Iceland and Greenland required completely new approaches to soil management, crop selection, and livestock breeding. The success of these innovations allowed Norse communities to establish permanent settlements in territories that other medieval societies would have considered uninhabitable. The social institutions that governed these diverse communities had evolved into sophisticated systems for managing complex societies, engaged in multiple forms of economic and political activity. The Thing assemblies that provided legal and political frameworks for Norse communities had adapted to serve needs ranging from local dispute resolution to international treaty negotiation. The kinship systems that had originally organized small farming communities had expanded to create networks of mutual obligation and support that functioned across continents. The educational systems that transmitted the knowledge needed to maintain this civilization were equally sophisticated. The training of navigators, craftsmen, merchants, and political leaders required systematic methods for preserving and passing on complex bodies of practical and theoretical knowledge. The oral traditions that served these educational functions had evolved into comprehensive systems for storing and retrieving information that rivaled anything available to literate societies. The artistic traditions that expressed Norse cultural values had reached new heights of sophistication during this peak period. The decorative arts produced in Norse workshops throughout Europe combined technical mastery with aesthetic sensibilities that created distinctive styles, recognized and valued throughout the medieval world. The architectural achievements of Norse builders demonstrated similar capabilities, creating structures that were both functionally effective and symbolically powerful. The literary traditions that preserved Norse cultural memory were equally impressive. The complex poetic forms that had evolved to serve the needs of oral culture represented some of the most sophisticated literary achievements of the medieval period. The historical traditions that maintained collective memory of Norse achievements created narratives that provided both practical guidance and cultural inspiration for communities spread across vast distances. The scientific knowledge that supported Norse achievements in navigation, metallurgy, and agriculture represented advanced understanding of natural principles. The astronomical observations that enabled accurate navigation across open oceans demonstrated systematic study of celestial phenomena. The geological knowledge that guided the location of iron ore and other mineral resources showed sophisticated understanding of natural processes. At the height of their expansion in the late 10th century, the Norse had created something that was unprecedented in human history. They had established a civilization that functioned effectively across distances that had previously seemed impossible to traverse, in environments that had previously seemed unsuitable for human habitation, and among populations that had previously existed in isolation from one another. This achievement wasn't the result of any single innovation or advantage. It represented the successful integration of technological capabilities, cultural values, and individual ambitions that had enabled a relatively small population to influence the development of civilizations across multiple continents. The ships that carried Norse explorers and settlers were marvels of engineering, but they were tools in the service of human vision and determination that transcended purely technical capabilities. The wealth that flowed through Norse commercial networks was impressive, but it served purposes that went far beyond simple accumulation of treasure. The political systems that Norse settlers established in their various territories were innovative, but they succeeded because they preserved essential cultural values while adapting to new circumstances and opportunities that required constant flexibility and creativity. The military capabilities that had originally enabled Norse expansion continued to evolve throughout the peak period, but they were deployed in service of goals that increasingly emphasized construction rather than destruction. The same warrior traditions that had produced the raiders of Lindisfarne had evolved to create the builders of cities, the founders of kingdoms, and the establishers of commercial networks that enriched civilizations throughout the known world. The religious and philosophical frameworks that guided Norse society had proven remarkably adaptable to the challenges and opportunities created by global expansion. The mythological traditions that had originated in the farming communities of Scandinavia provided meaning and guidance for explorers pushing into territories at the very edges of the known world. The ethical systems that had governed relationships within traditional Norse communities scaled up to provide frameworks for interaction with peoples whose existence had been unknown to previous generations. The confidence that pervaded Norse culture during its peak period was visible in every aspect of their achievements. The elaborate burials that characterized Norse aristocratic culture weren't just displays of individual wealth. They were statements of civilizational supremacy, declarations that Norse society could compete successfully with any other power in the medieval world and could create achievements that would be remembered and celebrated for generations to come. This confidence extended to their interactions with the natural world as well as with other human societies. The agricultural innovations that enabled settlement in Iceland and Greenland demonstrated willingness to undertake projects that required generations to complete successfully. The exploration voyages that reached Vinland showed readiness to invest resources in expeditions that offered no guaranteed return on investment, but promised to expand the boundaries of human knowledge and achievement. The technological innovations that supported these achievements reflected similar confidence in human capability to overcome any obstacle through intelligence, skill, and persistent effort. The navigation techniques that guided ships across trackless oceans represented triumph of systematic observation and logical thinking over the apparent randomness of natural forces. The engineering achievements that created harbours, fortifications, and urban infrastructure in previously uninhabited territories demonstrated confidence that human societies could reshape their environments to serve their needs and aspirations. The cultural achievements that emerged from this period of expansion had lasting influence on European civilization and beyond. The literary traditions that developed in Norse communities influenced the development of vernacular literature throughout Europe. The artistic styles that emerged from the fusion of Norse traditions with local influences created new forms of expression that were recognized and valued throughout the medieval world. The architectural innovations that adapted traditional Norse building techniques to new materials and environments influenced construction practices across Northern Europe. The political innovations that emerged from Norse expansion had equally lasting influence. The parliamentary institutions that developed in Iceland provided models for representative government that influenced political development throughout Europe. The legal traditions that governed Norse communities created precedents for individual rights and community participation that shaped the development of medieval law. The administrative systems that managed complex multi-ethnic societies established patterns of governance that influenced political thinking for centuries to come. By the close of the 10th century, these various achievements had combined to create a Norse world that was truly global in scope and influence. The same cultural traditions that had emerged from the harsh landscapes of early medieval Scandinavia had proven capable of flourishing in environments as diverse as the green islands of the North Atlantic and the great rivers of Eastern Europe, the commercial centres of Western Europe, and the trading posts that connected medieval civilization to the wealth of Asia and the Islamic world. The longships that had carried the first Viking raiders across the North Sea had evolved into fleets that connected continents and civilizations that had previously existed in isolation from one another. The warriors who had once been feared as harbingers of destruction had become the creators of commercial networks that enriched societies throughout the known world. The farmers who had struggled to survive in the marginal lands of Scandinavia had become the builders of cities and the founders of kingdoms that would influence European development for centuries to come. The halls where Norse chieftains had once planned desperate raids on neighbouring territories now echoed with discussions of trade routes that spanned continents, political alliances that connected kingdoms across vast distances, and exploration projects that pushed the boundaries of the known world ever further into previously unimaginable territories. The fires that burned on these hearths illuminated maps that showed Norse influence extending from the icebound shores of Greenland to the sun-baked markets of Constantinople, from the misty islands of the North Atlantic to the great rivers that carried Norse traders deep into the heart of the Eurasian continent. In these halls, skalds sang of achievements that had expanded the horizons of human possibility beyond anything that previous generations could have imagined. They celebrated warriors who had sailed across oceans that earlier peoples had considered impassable barriers, merchants who had established trading relationships with civilizations that had been unknown to their ancestors, and explorers who had discovered lands that existed beyond the boundaries of the medieval world's geographic knowledge. The Norse world at its peak represented the triumph of human adaptability and ambition over every obstacle that geography, climate, and circumstance could place in the path of determined societies. The same values that had enabled survival in the harsh environments of Scandinavia had proven capable of inspiring achievements that spanned continents and connected civilizations across distances that had previously seemed impossible to traverse. The ships that rode at anchor in harbours from Reykjavik to Constantinople weren't just vessels of commerce and exploration. They were symbols of human possibility, demonstrations that the boundaries of achievement were limited only by the courage to attempt the impossible and the skill to transform dreams of expansion into lasting realities that would influence the development of human civilization for generations to come. The Norse had created something unprecedented in human history, a civilization that maintained its essential character while adapting to every environment it encountered, a culture that preserved its core values while embracing innovations that enabled it to thrive in circumstances that would have defeated less flexible societies, a people that had transformed themselves from struggling farmers into builders of a world that spanned oceans and connected continents in ways that would not be matched again for centuries to come. As the 10th century drew toward its close, the Norse world stood at the absolute pinnacle of medieval achievement, a testament to what becomes possible when human societies combine technological innovation with cultural confidence, individual courage with collective wisdom, and ancient values, with the flexibility to adapt those values to new circumstances and unprecedented opportunities for expansion and achievement that seemed to stretch endlessly toward horizons that promised even greater possibilities for those bold enough to sail toward them across the unknown waters that lay beyond the boundaries of the familiar world. The Norse world of the late 10th century wasn't just an impressive collection of distant settlements and trading posts. It was a living organism that breathed silver and exhaled influence across 3 continents. The precious metal that had once trickled into Scandinavian communities through occasional successful raids now flowed in rivers that connected the most remote Norse settlement to the beating heart of global commerce. Archaeological evidence from this period reveals hoards of Islamic silver that dwarf the treasuries of many established kingdoms. A single burial in Sweden might contain more silver dirhams from Baghdad than could be found in entire regions of the Islamic world itself. This wasn't the random accumulation of successful pirates. It was evidence of systematic participation in trade networks that spanned from the Atlantic shores of Ireland to the markets of Central Asia. The Volga route alone carried an estimated hundreds of thousands of silver coins northward each year during the peak decades. Norse merchants established permanent trading stations at key points along this river highway, creating a commercial infrastructure that rivaled anything built by the great empires of antiquity. At Bulgar, where the Volga bends eastward toward the Caspian, Scandinavian traders maintained warehouses stocked with furs, amber, and slaves bound for markets in Baghdad and beyond. The sophistication of these operations extended far beyond simple bartering. Norse merchants developed credit systems that allowed them to conduct business across distances that required months of travel to complete. A trader departing from Hedeby in spring might not return until the following year, but his family could draw on established accounts to maintain their household throughout his absence. The trust networks that supported such arrangements represented social capital that had been built over generations of successful transactions. The human cost of this prosperity was enormous, though it was considered unremarkable by medieval standards. The slave trade that powered much of the Norse economy moved thousands of people annually from their homes in Ireland, Britain, and the Slavic territories to markets throughout Europe and the Islamic world. Dublin alone processed more captives in a single year than many regions saw in a decade. These weren't just war captives taken in raids, but people systematically gathered through networks that extended deep into the European interior. The organization required for such operations demonstrates the administrative sophistication that Norse society had achieved. Slave merchants needed to coordinate captures across multiple territories, manage transportation over vast distances, and maintain holding facilities in dozens of locations. They had to understand the preferences of buyers in different markets, arrange for translators and cultural intermediaries, and establish the financial mechanisms needed to convert human cargo into silver and goods. The technological innovations that emerged from this commercial expansion were equally impressive. Norse shipwrights developed specialized vessel designs for different aspects of the trade network. The Nar, a broader and deeper ship than the traditional longship, could carry larger cargoes more efficiently over long distances. These trading vessels sacrificed some of the speed and maneuverability that made longships so effective in warfare, but they could transport the bulk goods that sustained Norse commercial operations. The navigation techniques that guided these trading expeditions represented the pinnacle of medieval seamanship. Norse navigators could determine their position using methods that combined celestial observation with detailed knowledge of ocean currents, wind patterns, and seasonal variations. They carried lodestones that could indicate magnetic north, crystals that revealed the sun's position through overcast skies, and wooden instruments that measured the height of celestial bodies above the horizon. The geographic knowledge that accumulated through these voyages was extraordinary. Norse sailing directions preserved detailed information about routes that connected the furthest reaches of their expansion. A navigator departing from Bergen could consult oral traditions that provided precise instructions for reaching destinations as distant as Greenland or as exotic as the trading posts along the Volga. This knowledge wasn't written down, but it was preserved through systematic training that ensured its accurate transmission across generations. The urban centers that emerged from this commercial expansion were unlike anything that had previously existed in Northern Europe. Hedeby, at the base of the Jutland Peninsula, grew to support a population that may have exceeded 10,000 people during peak trading seasons. The city's workshops produced goods that combined raw materials from across the known world, using techniques that synthesized traditions from multiple cultures. Archaeological excavations at Hedeby have revealed the remains of workshops where craftsmen worked amber from the Baltic, walrus ivory from Greenland, silver from Central Asia, and silk from Constantinople. A single artisan might create jewelry that incorporated materials that had traveled thousands of miles to reach his workbench. The finished products were then distributed through networks that carried Norse craftsmanship to markets throughout Europe and beyond. The social organization that supported these urban centers required new forms of governance that went far beyond traditional Norse political structures. Hedeby was governed by a council that included not just local Norse leaders, but also representatives of the various ethnic communities that had settled there to participate in the city's commercial life. Slavic merchants, Frankish craftsmen, and even Islamic traders maintained permanent establishments in the city, creating a cosmopolitan atmosphere that would have been unimaginable in earlier Norse settlements. The legal systems that emerged to govern these complex communities demonstrate the adaptability of Norse political thinking. Traditional thing assemblies were modified to handle disputes involving parties from different cultural backgrounds operating under different legal traditions. Commercial law developed to address the unique challenges of long-distance trade. including standardized procedures for evaluating goods, establishing credit, and resolving disputes that might arise months or years after the original transactions. The religious life of these commercial centers reflected similar adaptations to cosmopolitan circumstances. While Norse religious traditions remained strong, they were practiced alongside the beliefs of other communities in ways that would have been impossible in more homogeneous settlements. Archaeological evidence suggests that some Norse merchants even participated in Islamic religious practices when trading in Muslim territories, demonstrating the pragmatic flexibility that characterized Viking expansion. The military organization that protected these commercial networks had evolved far beyond the raiding bands that had characterized earlier Viking activities. By the late 10th century, Norse rulers maintained professional military forces that could project power across vast distances to protect trading routes and commercial installations. These weren't seasonal warriors who returned to farming between expeditions, but full-time soldiers whose equipment, training, and organization rivaled anything available to contemporary kingdoms. The weapons and armor produced for these professional forces represent some of the finest military technology of the medieval period. Norse swordsmiths developed techniques for creating blades that combined flexibility with hardness in ways that wouldn't be matched elsewhere in Europe for centuries. The pattern welding that characterized the finest Norse swords wasn't just decorative, it was evidence of metallurgical sophistication that produced weapons capable of cutting through the best armor of their time. The fortifications that protected Norse commercial centers demonstrate similar technological advancement. The circular fortresses, known as trelleborgs, that appear throughout Denmark during this period were built according to precise geometric principles that optimized both defensive effectiveness and administrative efficiency. These weren't crude stockades thrown up for temporary protection, but permanent installations designed to control territory and project power across significant distances. The intelligence networks that supported Norse expansion during this period were equally sophisticated. Successful merchants and rulers needed accurate information about political conditions in distant territories, market prices for various commodities, and the movements of potential competitors or enemies. This information was gathered through networks of agents, allies, and trading partners that extended throughout the known world. The diplomatic relationships that Norse leaders maintained with rulers throughout Europe and beyond demonstrate their recognition as legitimate political actors rather than mere pirates or barbarians. Norse kings exchanged ambassadors with the Byzantine emperor, negotiated commercial treaties with Islamic rulers, and formed marriage alliances with royal houses throughout Western Europe. These relationships weren't based on fear or temporary advantage, but on mutual recognition of shared interests and comparable capabilities. The cultural confidence that characterized the Norse world at its peak was visible in every aspect of their achievements during this period. The artistic production of Norse workshops combined technical mastery with aesthetic ambitions that created works recognized and valued throughout the medieval world. The intricate metalwork, elaborate wood carvings, and sophisticated textile production that emerged from Norse communities represented cultural achievements that could compete successfully with anything produced by more established civilizations. The literary traditions that flourished during this period demonstrate similar cultural sophistication. The complex poetic forms that Norse skalds had developed reached new heights of technical and artistic achievement. These weren't crude heroic ballads, but sophisticated works that explored complex themes of honor, loyalty, fate, and achievement, in language that was both technically masterful and emotionally powerful. The historical consciousness that characterized Norse culture during its peak period was equally impressive. The genealogies, king lists, and historical narratives that were preserved through oral tradition maintained detailed records of Norse achievements that extended back for centuries. This wasn't just cultural nostalgia, but practical knowledge that informed contemporary political and social decisions by providing precedents and guidance drawn from the accumulated experience of previous generations. The educational systems that transmitted this knowledge were sophisticated enough to maintain cultural unity across the vast distances that separated Norse communities. The training of skalds, navigators, craftsmen, and political leaders required systematic methods for preserving and passing on complex bodies of theoretical and practical knowledge. The consistency of Norse cultural practices across such enormous geographic areas testifies to the effectiveness of these educational systems. The scientific knowledge that supported Norse achievements in navigation, metallurgy, agriculture, and other technical fields represented advanced understanding of natural principles. The astronomical observations that enabled accurate ocean navigation were based on systematic study of celestial phenomena that rivals anything achieved by contemporary civilizations. The geological knowledge that guided the location of iron ore and other mineral resources demonstrated sophisticated understanding of natural processes. The agricultural innovations that enabled Norse settlement in marginal environments continued to evolve throughout the peak period. The farming techniques developed for Iceland were refined further for the even harsher conditions of Greenland. The livestock breeding programs that adapted Scandinavian animals to new climates and environments represented systematic application of principles that wouldn't be formalized as scientific disciplines for centuries. The architectural achievements of this period demonstrate the confidence and resources that Norse expansion had generated. The great halls built by successful chieftains and merchants weren't just functional buildings, but architectural statements designed to demonstrate their owners' participation in global networks of wealth and influence. The stone churches built in some Norse territories adapted traditional building techniques to new materials and religious requirements while maintaining distinctively Norse aesthetic sensibilities. The engineering projects that supported Norse expansion during this period were equally impressive. The harbours constructed to serve trading centres like Hedeby required sophisticated understanding of coastal engineering and harbour design. The road systems that connected inland settlements to coastal ports demonstrated advanced knowledge of surveying and construction techniques. The water management systems that supported urban centres showed practical engineering skills that served populations far larger than anything previous Norse societies had attempted to govern. The monetary systems that facilitated Norse commercial operations had evolved into sophisticated mechanisms for storing and transferring wealth across vast distances. While silver by weight remained important for many transactions, Norse communities also began producing their own coins that followed international standards while incorporating distinctively Norse symbolic elements. These coins weren't crude imitations of foreign models, but sophisticated expressions of political and economic authority that could function effectively in markets throughout Europe and beyond. The credit mechanisms that supported long-distance trade were particularly innovative. Norse merchants developed systems for extending credit across distances that required months of travel to traverse. The trust networks that supported such arrangements were based on generations of successful relationships that had proven reliable even under the most challenging circumstances. A merchant's reputation for honesty and competence became a form of capital that could be drawn upon to finance increasingly ambitious ventures. The insurance arrangements that protected against the risks inherent in long-distance trade were equally sophisticated. Norse merchants developed ways to distribute risk across multiple parties so that the failure of a single expedition wouldn't ruin the investors who had financed it. These arrangements required complex legal frameworks and social institutions that could function effectively across political and cultural boundaries. The information systems that supported these commercial operations were remarkably efficient. News of political developments, market conditions, and opportunities for trade spread throughout the Norse world with speed that seems almost impossible given the transportation technologies available. A political crisis in Kiev could influence investment decisions in Dublin within a matter of months. A successful trading season in Greenland could affect market prices in Constantinople before the following spring. The cultural exchange that resulted from these global connections enriched Norse society in ways that extended far beyond simple accumulation of wealth. The musical traditions that developed in Norse communities incorporated influences from across the known world. The culinary practices that emerged in cosmopolitan Norse cities combined ingredients and techniques from multiple cultures. The decorative arts that flourished in Norse workshops synthesized aesthetic traditions from throughout Europe and beyond. The technological transfer that occurred through Norse commercial networks spread innovations throughout medieval Europe. Techniques for shipbuilding, metalworking, and navigation that had been developed in Scandinavian communities were adapted and improved by craftsmen throughout the Norse world. The same processes that had originally enabled Norse expansion continued to generate innovations that enhanced the capabilities of Norse society and influenced technological development throughout Europe. The linguistic developments that occurred during this period demonstrate the vitality of Norse culture even as it adapted to global circumstances. The Old Norse language served as a lingua franca throughout the Norse world, enabling communication between communities that were separated by vast distances and diverse local environments. The standardization of Norse linguistic practices facilitated trade, diplomacy, and cultural exchange across the entire network of Norse settlements and trading posts. The legal traditions that governed this far-flung civilization continued to evolve in response to new challenges and opportunities. The principles that had originally been developed to govern small farming communities were adapted to serve the needs of cosmopolitan commercial centers and multi-ethnic political entities. The flexibility of Norse legal thinking enabled these adaptations while preserving core values that maintained cultural identity across enormous distances. The military traditions that had originally enabled Norse expansion adapted to serve the needs of a global civilization that required protection for commercial operations across vast distances. The warrior ethos that had motivated the first Viking raids evolved into professional military services that could project power effectively in diverse environments and against sophisticated opponents. The tactical innovations that emerged from these military developments influenced warfare throughout medieval Europe. The religious and philosophical frameworks that guided Norse society during its peak demonstrated remarkable adaptability to the challenges and opportunities created by global expansion. The mythological traditions that had originated in Scandinavian farming communities provided meaning and guidance for merchants operating in the markets of Central Asia and explorers pushing into uncharted territories of the North Atlantic. The ethical systems that had governed relationships within traditional Norse communities scaled up to provide frameworks for interaction with peoples and cultures that had been unknown to previous generations. The confidence that pervaded every aspect of Norse achievement during this period was based on centuries of successful adaptation to new circumstances and opportunities. The same cultural values that had enabled survival in harsh Scandinavian environments had proven capable of inspiring achievements that spanned continents and connected civilizations across distances that had previously seemed impossible to traverse. The ships that carried Norse merchants and explorers to the furthest reaches of the known world weren't just vehicles of commerce and expansion. They were symbols of human possibility, demonstrations that the boundaries of achievement were limited only by the courage to attempt the seemingly impossible and the skill to transform visions of expansion into lasting realities that would influence the development of human civilization. The halls where Norse chieftains and merchants planned their next ventures echoed with discussions that encompassed the entire known world. Maps drawn on wooden tablets showed trade routes that connected Iceland to Constantinople, Greenland to Kiev, Dublin to Baghdad. The fires that burned on these hearths illuminated plans for expeditions that would push the boundaries of geographic knowledge even further into territories that existed beyond the edges of medieval maps. In these halls, surrounded by treasures that had been gathered from across 3 continents, Norse leaders contemplated achievements that had transformed their people from struggling farmers into builders of a civilization that spanned oceans and connected cultures that had previously existed in isolation from one another. The silver arm rings they wore contained metal that had travelled from Central Asian mines through Islamic markets and Varangian trade routes. The silk garments that adorned their wives had been woven in workshops thousands of miles from any Norse homeland. The weapons that hung on their walls incorporated techniques and materials that represented the finest achievements of craftsmen throughout Europe and beyond. The stories that skalds told in these halls celebrated achievements that had expanded the horizons of human possibility beyond anything that previous generations could have imagined. They sang of warriors who had sailed across seas that earlier peoples had considered impassable barriers, of merchants who had established trading relationships with civilizations that had been unknown to their ancestors, of explorers who had discovered lands that existed beyond the boundaries of the medieval world's geographic knowledge. The Norse world, at the height of its expansion, represented the triumph of human adaptability and ambition over every obstacle that geography, climate, and circumstance could place in the path of determined societies. The longships that had once terrorized isolated monasteries now carried the products of global commerce between continents. The warriors who had once been feared as harbingers of destruction had become the creators of commercial networks that enriched civilizations throughout the known world. The farmers who had struggled to survive in the marginal lands of Scandinavia had become the founders of cities and kingdoms that would influence European development for centuries to come. As the 10th century reached its culmination, the Norse stood at the absolute pinnacle of medieval achievement. Their influence extended from the icebound fjords of their Scandinavian homeland to the sun-baked markets of the Mediterranean, from the misty islands of the North Atlantic to the great rivers that carried their merchants deep into the heart of the Eurasian continent. They had created something unprecedented in human history, a civilization that maintained its essential character while adapting to every environment it encountered, a culture that preserved its core values while embracing innovations that enabled it to thrive in circumstances that would have defeated less adaptable societies. The confidence that had carried Norse explorers across unknown seas to establish settlements in territories that had never known human habitation was now channeled into projects that connected civilizations across distances that had previously seemed impossible to traverse. The same ships that had carried desperate young men away from overcrowded farmlands now served global networks of commerce that linked the furthest reaches of the known world. The same warrior traditions that had enabled survival in harsh northern climates now protected commercial operations that extended across 3 continents. In creating their vast network of settlements, trading posts, and political alliances, the Norse had not only transformed themselves, but had fundamentally altered the medieval world. They had demonstrated that the barriers which seemed to separate different parts of human civilization were not insurmountable obstacles, but challenges to be overcome through skill, determination, and the willingness to venture into the unknown in pursuit of opportunities that promised to expand the boundaries of human achievement and possibility. The legacy of their expansion would endure long after the specific circumstances that enabled it had passed into history. The commercial networks they established would provide the foundation for much of medieval European trade. The political institutions they created would influence the development of governance systems throughout Northern Europe. The exploration and settlement activities they pioneered would establish patterns of expansion that would be followed by later civilizations seeking to extend their influence across oceans and continents. But perhaps most importantly, the Norse achievement demonstrated that human societies are not prisoners of their circumstances or their environments. The same communities that had struggled to survive in the harsh climate of early medieval Scandinavia had transformed themselves into one of the most successful and far-reaching civilizations in human history. They had shown that with sufficient courage, intelligence, and determination, it was possible to transcend any barrier and achieve goals that had previously seemed impossible. The fires that burned in the great halls of Norse chieftains throughout their far-flung world illuminated more than just the faces of warriors and merchants gathered to celebrate another successful season of raiding or trading. They lit up possibilities that would inspire human ambition for generations to come, demonstrating that the horizons of achievement were limited only by the courage to sail toward them and the skill to navigate the unknown waters that lay beyond the familiar boundaries of the world that previous generations had known and accepted as the limits of human possibility. As winter storms howled across the North Sea and ice began to form in the fjords of Norway, Norse communities throughout their global network settled in for the long, dark months that had once meant isolation and hardship, but now provided time for planning even more ambitious ventures that would carry their civilization to heights of achievement that seemed to stretch endlessly toward horizons that promised even greater possibilities for those bold enough to pursue them across the vast expanse of seas and territories that awaited exploration and settlement by people who had proven that no distance was too great to traverse and no challenge too daunting to overcome through the application of skill, courage, and the unwavering determination that had transformed a handful of struggling Scandinavians, avian farming communities into builders of a world that spanned oceans and connected continents in ways that would influence the course of human civilization for centuries to come. The Norse world at its zenith represented something that had never existed before in human history. By the late 10th century, a single cultural and economic network stretched from the fog-shrouded coasts of Greenland to the bustling markets of Constantinople, from the windswept islands of the North Atlantic to the silver mines of Central Asia. This wasn't an empire in the traditional sense, with central authority radiating outward from a single capital. It was something far more remarkable, a civilization held together by shared values, common purposes, and the maritime highways that connected communities separated by thousands of miles of ocean and wilderness. The scale of this achievement becomes clear when we consider the distances involved. A message carried by ship from Iceland to Kiev would travel roughly 3,000 miles, crossing open ocean, navigating treacherous river systems, and passing through territories controlled by dozens of different political entities. Yet archaeological evidence shows that goods, ideas, and people moved regularly along such routes, creating connections that functioned with remarkable reliability across these vast distances. The economic integration that bound this world together was visible in the most intimate details of daily life. A farmer's wife in Iceland might cook with spices that had travelled from India through Islamic markets and Varangian trading posts. Her husband's sword might contain steel forged in Sweden using techniques learned from Frankish smiths, decorated with silver that had been minted in Baghdad and carried north through the river routes of Eastern Europe. Their children played with toys carved from walrus ivory that had been harvested in Greenland and traded through networks that connected the Arctic to the Mediterranean. This integration wasn't the result of central planning or imperial administration. It emerged organically from the accumulated decisions of thousands of individuals who saw opportunities for profit, adventure, or advancement in maintaining connections across these enormous distances. A merchant who established relationships with suppliers in multiple regions could offer his customers access to goods that would have been impossible to obtain through purely local sources. A chieftain who maintained alliances with leaders in distant territories could call upon resources that far exceeded what his immediate region could provide. The social mechanisms that made this integration possible were as remarkable as the distances it encompassed. The guest-friendship relationships that Norse culture had developed for local hospitality were extended to create networks of mutual obligation and support that spanned continents. A traveller carrying the proper introductions could expect shelter, protection, and assistance from people he had never met, in territories he had never visited, simply because he could demonstrate connections to individuals who had established their trustworthiness through previous interactions. These networks of personal relationship created informal but highly effective systems for communication, transportation, and conflict resolution. News of important events could spread throughout the Norse world with remarkable speed, carried by merchants, warriors, and wanderers who moved constantly between different regions. Information about market conditions, political developments, and opportunities for trade or adventure flowed along the same channels that carried goods and people, creating a kind of organic intelligence system that kept distant communities informed about developments that might affect their interests. The legal frameworks that governed these relationships had evolved into sophisticated systems for managing interactions between people from different regions operating under different local conditions. While each Norse community maintained its own thing assembly and local customs, certain fundamental principles were recognized throughout the Norse world. The concept of personal honor, the importance of keeping one's word, and the obligation to provide hospitality to legitimate travelers were understood from Iceland to the Volga, creating common ground that enabled cooperation across cultural and political boundaries. The standardization of weights, measures, and commercial practices that appears throughout the Norse world during this period represents one of the most remarkable achievements of medieval economic organization. A merchant familiar with trading practices in Dublin could operate effectively in Novgorod because the underlying principles of Norse commerce had been standardized across the entire network. This standardization wasn't imposed by any central authority, but emerged through the practical needs of people who needed reliable methods for conducting business across vast distances and diverse local conditions. The technological innovations that supported this global network continued to evolve throughout the peak period. Shipbuilding techniques were refined to create increasingly specialized vessels for different purposes and environments. The broad-beamed nar that carried bulk cargo between major trading centers was supplemented by sleeker vessels designed for speed and maneuverability in dangerous waters. Specialized ice ships were developed for navigation in Arctic waters, while shallow draft riverboats enabled penetration deep into the continental interior. The navigation techniques that guided these vessels represented the pinnacle of medieval seamanship. Norse navigators had developed methods for determining their position and course that combined systematic observation of natural phenomena with sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics. They could navigate accurately across open ocean using techniques that wouldn't be matched by other European seafarers for centuries, enabling them to maintain regular communication between communities separated by thousands of miles of trackless water. The cultural unity that held this vast network together was maintained through institutions and practices that had been specifically adapted to serve the needs of a civilization spread across enormous distances. The skaldic poetry that preserved Norse historical and mythological traditions could be performed and understood in halls throughout the Norse world, creating shared cultural experiences that reinforced common identity despite geographic separation. The same stories, the same legal formulas, and the same religious practices could be found wherever Norse communities had established themselves. The educational systems that transmitted the knowledge needed to maintain this civilization were equally sophisticated. The training of navigators required detailed knowledge of celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and weather patterns that could only be acquired through years of systematic instruction. The preparation of merchants demanded understanding of languages, customs, and commercial practices from across the known world. The education of political leaders involved mastery of legal traditions, diplomatic protocols, and strategic thinking that could function effectively in diverse international contexts. The religious frameworks that provided meaning and guidance for this global civilization had evolved to accommodate the extraordinary scope of Norse achievements while maintaining connection to traditional values and beliefs. The mythological traditions that had originated in Scandinavian farming communities were reinterpreted to provide cosmic significance for adventures that spanned continents and connected civilizations. Odin's ravens, which flew across all 9 worlds each day to gather information, became perfect symbols for the intelligence networks that successful Norse leaders needed to maintain across their far-flung enterprises. The concept of weird, or fate, that was so central to Norse thinking, provided psychological framework for the extraordinary risks that global expansion entailed. The belief that individual destiny was predetermined by cosmic forces greater than any earthly power enabled Norse adventurers to undertake voyages and ventures that would have seemed impossibly dangerous to people operating under different philosophical assumptions. This wasn't fatalism in the sense of passive acceptance, but rather confidence that those who were destined for great achievements would find ways to accomplish them regardless of the obstacles they encountered. The warrior traditions that had originally enabled Norse expansion continue to evolve in response to the changing needs of a global civilization. The personal combat skills that had been sufficient for local conflicts were supplemented by tactical knowledge that could coordinate military operations across multiple theaters. The individual courage that had motivated early raiders was channeled into professional military services that could project power effectively across vast distances to protect commercial operations and political interests. The weapons and equipment produced for these evolved military forces represented some of the finest technological achievements of the medieval period. Norse swordsmiths had developed techniques for creating blades that combined flexibility with cutting power in ways that wouldn't be equaled elsewhere in Europe for generations. The elaborate spears, axes, and shields found in high-status burials from this period weren't just symbols of wealth and status, but evidence of technological sophistication that gave Norse warriors significant advantages over their opponents. The fortification systems that protected Norse settlements and commercial centers demonstrate similar technological advancement. The great circular fortresses that appear throughout the Norse world during this period were built according to sophisticated engineering principles that optimized both defensive effectiveness and administrative efficiency. These installations could control significant territories while serving as bases for further expansion and centers for the complex logistical operations that global commerce required. And so, as the 10th century reached its zenith, the Norse had achieved something that would have been unimaginable to those first farmers who gazed across the North Sea from their struggling settlements centuries before. From the windswept shores of their Scandinavian homeland, they had woven a tapestry of influence that stretched across the known world and beyond, connecting civilizations that had never known of each other's existence. The longships that rode at anchor in harbours from Dublin to Constantinople carried more than cargo and warriors. They carried the dreams of a people who had refused to accept the boundaries that geography and circumstance seemed to impose. The silver that flowed through their networks, the ideas that travelled their trade routes, and the settlements that bore their names from Iceland to the Volga all testified to a remarkable truth about human possibility. In halls throughout this vast Norse world, fires still burned against the northern darkness, illuminating faces that bore the confidence of those who had transformed the impossible into the inevitable. The same values that had sustained their ancestors through harsh Scandinavian winters now guided merchants navigating the markets of Baghdad, settlers clearing forests in Greenland, and explorers pushing toward horizons that promised even greater discoveries. The Vikings had proven that the world was not a collection of isolated islands separated by insurmountable barriers, but a vast ocean of opportunity waiting for those bold enough to set sail toward distant shores. They had shown that courage, skill, and determination could overcome any obstacle, connect any distance, and transform any dream into lasting reality. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, remember that you too carry within you the same spirit that drove those Norse adventurers across unknown seas toward undiscovered lands. The boundaries of your own world are not fixed walls, but distant horizons waiting to be explored. Sweet dreams, and may your own voyages of discovery be as bold and as rewarding as those of the remarkable people we've journeyed with tonight. For the second part of this episode, where we focus on the fall of the Vikings, we journey to the twilight of an age. By the year 1000, the longships that had terrorized European coastlines for 3 centuries were beginning to rot at their moorings. The warriors who had once struck fear into the hearts of monks and kings alike were laying down their swords and picking up plowshares. The great Viking age, that tumultuous era of raids and exploration, was drawing to a close, not with a thunderous battle cry, but with the quiet whisper of prayers in newly built stone churches. This is not a story of sudden collapse or dramatic defeat. This is the tale of transformation, of a warrior culture that evolved into something entirely different while the world watched. It is the story of how the Vikings, those seafaring raiders who had shaped the medieval world through violence and adventure, gradually became the very thing they had once terrorized: Christian kings ruling settled kingdoms. The decline of the Viking Age was neither swift nor uniform. It unfolded over generations, driven by forces both internal and external, religious and political, economic and social. What we witness in these final centuries is not the death of a people, but their metamorphosis into something new. The raiders became rulers, the pagans became Christians, and the scattered chieftains became centralized kings. Tonight, we explore how this transformation unfolded, why the age of the longship gave way to the age of the cathedral, and how the last great Viking king met his end on a muddy field in northern England. We will uncover the complex web of political pressures, religious conversions, and military defeats that brought the Viking Age to its close. And we will discover that the end of the Vikings was not an ending at all, but a beginning. So settle in, perhaps brew some tea, and let us embark on this final voyage together. The story of how the Vikings ceased to be Vikings and became something else entirely. By the early 11th century, the economic foundation that had sustained 3 centuries of Viking raiding was crumbling beneath their feet. The very success of their ancestors had planted the seeds of their decline. Europe had learned to defend itself, and the easy pickings that had once made raiding so profitable were becoming increasingly scarce. The monasteries that had provided such rich targets in the 8th and 9th centuries were no longer the defenseless repositories of treasure they had once been. Abbots now built their churches with thick stone walls and hired professional soldiers to guard their gates. The monks who had once fled at the first sight of a dragon-headed prow now stood their ground behind fortifications that could withstand a prolonged siege. Kings and nobles across Europe had learned hard lessons from centuries of Viking attacks. They constructed elaborate defensive networks, chains of fortified towns and castles, that could provide mutual support against raiders. Alfred the Great's system of burhs in England had been copied and refined across the continent. By the year 1000, a Viking raiding party faced not scattered defenseless settlements, but organized resistance that could mobilize quickly and fight effectively. The political landscape of Europe had also shifted dramatically. The fragmented kingdoms that had once provided such rich hunting grounds for Viking raiders were consolidating into larger, more powerful states. The Holy Roman Empire stretched across much of Central Europe, while France was emerging as a unified kingdom under increasingly powerful monarchs. These larger states could field armies that dwarfed anything the Viking chieftains could muster from their scattered settlements in Scandinavia. Trade routes that had once been vulnerable to piracy were now protected by organized merchant guilds and professional naval forces. The silver that had flowed northward to Scandinavia in exchange for captured slaves and stolen treasure began to dry up as European states developed more sophisticated economic systems that did not depend on Viking intermediaries. Perhaps more significantly, the Vikings themselves were changing. The young men who might once have sought their fortunes on raiding expeditions were finding more attractive opportunities closer to home. As Scandinavian societies became more complex and stratified, there were new roles to fill, new ways to achieve wealth and status that did not require risking life and limb on dangerous overseas ventures. The demographic pressures that had once driven expansion were also easing. Scandinavia's population had stabilized, and improvements in agricultural techniques meant that the land could support more people without the need for emigration. The surplus young men, who had once formed the backbone of Viking raiding parties, were finding places within their home societies. But the most profound change was happening within the hearts and minds of the Scandinavian people themselves. A new faith was spreading northward, carried by merchants, missionaries, and returning warriors who had encountered Christianity in their travels. This new religion did not merely offer different gods to worship, it offered an entirely different way of understanding the world and one's place within it. Christianity had been present in Scandinavia for generations before it began to truly take hold. Viking traders had encountered the religion throughout their journeys across Europe, often finding themselves marked with the sign of the cross as a practical necessity for conducting business in Christian lands. Many had undergone provisional baptisms, not out of deep spiritual conviction, but because Christian merchants preferred to deal with fellow believers and often refused to trade with pagans altogether. These early encounters with Christianity were largely pragmatic. A Viking trader might wear a cross pendant while conducting business in Hamburg, only to replace it with his Thor's hammer upon returning home to Denmark. For these early practitioners, Christianity was not a replacement for their ancestral beliefs, but an additional tool in their spiritual arsenal, useful in certain circumstances, but not necessarily superior to the old ways. The gradual nature of this religious transformation cannot be overstated. Contrary to the dramatic conversion stories found in later Christian chronicles, the actual process of Christianization in Scandinavia was neither sudden nor complete. It unfolded over centuries, with old and new beliefs existing side by side for generations. Archaeological evidence reveals the extent of this religious syncretism. Graves from the transitional period often contain both Christian crosses and Thor's hammer pendants. Runestones erected by early Christian converts frequently blend Christian imagery with traditional Norse motifs. One remarkable artifact discovered by archaeologists perfectly captures this blending of faiths. A soapstone casting mould found in Denmark could produce both Christian crosses and Thor's hammer pendants simultaneously. The craftsman who owned this mould was clearly serving customers from both religious communities, highlighting the practical coexistence of old and new beliefs during the conversion period. The flexibility of the pre-Christian Norse religious system actually facilitated this gradual adoption of Christianity. The traditional Norse approach to the divine had always been pragmatic rather than dogmatic. Gods were judged by their effectiveness rather than their doctrinal purity. If Thor could bring victory in battle and favorable weather for farming, then he was worth worshipping. If Christ could provide access to profitable trade networks and political alliances, then he too deserved reverence. This practical approach to religion meant that many early Scandinavian Christians saw no contradiction in hedging their spiritual bets. The saying recorded in later sagas, "On land I worship Christ, but at sea I worship Thor," was not seen as apostasy, but as simple prudence. Different situations called for different divine interventions, and a wise person maintained good relationships with all potentially helpful supernatural powers. The conversion process accelerated significantly when it reached the highest levels of Scandinavian society. Kings and jarls who converted to Christianity brought enormous pressure to bear on their subjects to follow their example. But even these high-level conversions were often motivated as much by political calculation as by spiritual conviction. For Scandinavian rulers, Christianity offered several attractive advantages. It provided access to the diplomatic networks of Christian Europe, opening possibilities for advantageous marriages and military alliances. Christian kings could draw upon the administrative expertise of the Church, which had developed sophisticated systems for record-keeping, taxation, and governance. Perhaps most importantly, Christianity offered a model of kingship that emphasized divine authority and centralized power, concepts that were increasingly attractive to rulers seeking to consolidate their control over fractious populations. The conversion of King Harald Bluetooth of Denmark around the year 963 represents a pivotal moment in this process. According to later accounts, Harald's conversion was prompted by a dramatic miracle performed by a Frisian monk named Poppo, who reportedly held a red-hot piece of iron in his bare hands without suffering injury. Whether or not this particular story is literally true, Harald's conversion had profound consequences for the future of Denmark and the broader Scandinavian world. Harald did not simply announce his personal conversion and leave it at that. He embarked on an ambitious campaign to transform Denmark into a Christian kingdom. He ordered the construction of wooden churches throughout his realm and appointed Christian priests to serve them. Most famously, he erected the great runestone at Jelling, which proclaimed to all who could read that this was the Harald who won for himself all Denmark and Norway and made the Danes Christians. The Jelling stone is remarkable not only for its bold declaration, but also for its artistic synthesis of Christian and Norse traditions. The stone features an image of Christ crucified, but the figure is depicted in a style that clearly draws upon traditional Norse artistic conventions. Some scholars have suggested that the crucified Christ resembles depictions of Odin hanging from Yggdrasil, the world tree, creating a visual bridge between old and new religious traditions. Harald's efforts at Christianization were not uniformly successful, and resistance to the new faith persisted in many parts of Denmark for generations. But his reign marked the beginning of an irreversible process that would fundamentally transform Scandinavian society. Christianity was no longer merely a foreign curiosity encountered in distant lands. It was becoming an integral part of Scandinavian identity. The process of conversion varied significantly across the different regions of Scandinavia. In Norway, the transformation was closely associated with the so-called missionary kings, particularly Olaf Tryggvason and Olaf Haraldsson, later known as St. Olaf. These rulers used their royal authority to promote Christianity throughout their realms, sometimes through persuasion and sometimes through force. Olaf Tryggvason, who ruled Norway from 995 to 1000, was particularly zealous in his efforts to convert his subjects. He destroyed pagan temples, outlawed traditional religious practices, and demanded that prominent chieftains accept baptism or face exile. His methods were often brutal, earning him both devoted followers and bitter enemies. The conversion of Sweden proceeded more slowly and encountered greater resistance than in Denmark or Norway. The great pagan temple at Uppsala, with its complex of sacred groves and ritual sites, remained active well into the 11th century. Swedish kings found themselves caught between the growing influence of Christianity and the persistent strength of traditional religious practices. King Olof Skotkonung, who ruled Sweden in the late 10th and early 11th centuries, was the first Swedish monarch to convert to Christianity. But unlike Harald Bluetooth in Denmark, Olof lacked the political power to impose his new faith upon his entire kingdom. Instead, he was forced to negotiate a delicate compromise with the pagan aristocracy, allowing traditional practices to continue while gradually introducing Christian elements into Swedish society. The resistance to Christianity in Sweden was not merely religious, but also political. The old pagan temples were centers of local power, controlled by aristocratic families who derived significant authority from their roles as priests and ritual specialists. The introduction of Christianity threatened to disrupt these established power structures, replacing local religious leaders with appointed bishops who owed their allegiance to distant kings and foreign popes. Despite this resistance, Christianity did gradually gain ground in Sweden. By the middle of the 11th century, Christian churches were being built throughout the kingdom, and Swedish kings were increasingly identifying themselves as Christian rulers. The final triumph of Christianity in Sweden came during the reign of King Inge the Elder in the late 11th century, who successfully suppressed the last major pagan uprising and closed the temple at Uppsala. The Christianization of Scandinavia was accompanied by equally significant changes in political organization. The traditional Viking Age system of governance, based on the authority of local chieftains and the consensus of free farmers meeting in things, was gradually giving way to more centralized forms of monarchy that resembled those found elsewhere in medieval Europe. This political transformation was driven partly by the practical challenges of governing increasingly large and complex territories. The small-scale, personal relationships that had characterized chieftain-based governance became impractical when applied to entire kingdoms. Kings needed professional administrators, standing armies, and systematic methods of taxation to effectively control their expanding domains. Christianity provided both the ideological framework and the practical tools necessary for this political centralization. The Church taught that royal authority came directly from God, giving kings a divine mandate that transcended the traditional limitations imposed by local assemblies and aristocratic councils. Christian bishops and priests, educated in Latin and trained in administrative techniques, provided the bureaucratic expertise necessary for effective governance. The transformation from chieftain to king involved more than simply expanding the scale of political authority. It represented a fundamental change in the nature of rulership itself. Viking Age chieftains had been first among equals, successful war leaders who maintained their positions through personal charisma, military prowess, and the loyalty of their followers. Medieval kings, by contrast, ruled by divine right, supported by institutional structures that transcended individual personalities. This transformation was neither sudden nor complete. Elements of the old system persisted alongside the new throughout the transitional period. Kings continued to lead their followers in battle and to reward loyal service with gifts and land grants. But the personal, informal relationships that had characterized Viking Age politics were increasingly supplemented by formal, institutional structures. The rise of centralized monarchy in Scandinavia was closely connected to the broader integration of these kingdoms into the political and economic systems of medieval Europe. Christian Scandinavian kings could participate in the diplomatic networks that connected medieval European courts, arranging marriages, forming alliances, and coordinating military campaigns on a continental scale. This integration came at a cost, however. The independence and flexibility that had characterized Viking Age political organization were sacrificed in favor of stability and legitimacy. Scandinavian kings found themselves bound by the same constraints and expectations that limited their counterparts elsewhere in Europe. The age of the freebooting warrior chief was giving way to the age of the bureaucratic monarch. These political and religious transformations were reshaping Scandinavian society from top to bottom, but they were not occurring in isolation. The wider European world was also changing, and these changes were making the traditional Viking way of life increasingly obsolete and unsustainable. The transformation of Scandinavia was accelerating, but it was not happening in a vacuum. Across Europe, the medieval world was coalescing into forms that would define the next several centuries of history. The fragmented kingdoms that had once provided such rich opportunities for Viking raiders were evolving into consolidated states with professional armies, sophisticated fortifications, and complex administrative systems. England, which had borne the brunt of Viking attacks for over 2 centuries, exemplified this transformation. The system of fortified towns established by Alfred the Great had matured into a comprehensive defensive network that could respond rapidly to threats. English kings now commanded standing armies equipped with advanced weapons and trained in coordinated tactics that could match anything the Vikings could field. The days when a few hundred raiders could terrorize entire regions were rapidly drawing to a close. The Frankish kingdoms had undergone similar evolution. The Carolingian Empire, though fractured, had left behind a legacy of military organization and defensive architecture that made raiding far more difficult and dangerous than it had been in earlier centuries. Local lords now maintained professional retinues of knights, heavily armored cavalry that could pursue and destroy raiding parties with devastating effectiveness. Perhaps more significantly, the economic systems that had sustained Viking raiding were being replaced by more sophisticated commercial networks. The slave trade, which had provided much of the wealth that flowed northward to Scandinavia, was declining as European societies developed alternative sources of labor and as Christian influence made slavery increasingly problematic. The silver that had once poured into Scandinavian coffers from the sale of captured slaves and stolen treasure was being diverted into new channels that bypassed Viking intermediaries entirely. Trade itself was becoming more organized and regulated. Merchant guilds established standardized weights, measures, and currencies that facilitated long-distance commerce without the need for Viking middlemen. Professional trading companies with permanent bases in major commercial centers could provide more reliable and secure services than the opportunistic raiders who had once dominated certain trade routes. The very success of Viking settlement and integration was contributing to this economic transformation. Norse merchants and craftsmen who had established themselves in York, Dublin, Kiev, and Normandy were becoming pillars of their local communities. Their children, raised as Christians and educated in local customs, felt more loyalty to their adopted homes than to distant Scandinavian relatives they had never met. The diaspora that had once fed resources back to the homeland was gradually becoming absorbed into the societies where it had settled. This absorption was not merely economic, but cultural and political as well. In Normandy, the descendants of Rollo had become French nobles, speaking French, following French customs, and serving French kings. The Varangian Guard in Constantinople, once composed primarily of Scandinavian warriors, was increasingly recruiting from other populations, as fewer young men from Norway and Denmark were willing to make the dangerous journey southward. Even in areas where Norse political control persisted, the nature of that control was changing. The Viking kingdoms of Ireland were becoming increasingly integrated into Irish political structures, with Norse rulers adopting Irish titles, marrying into Irish aristocratic families, and participating in the complex web of alliances and feuds that characterized medieval Irish politics. The independent Viking strongholds that had once operated as bases for further raiding were transforming into conventional medieval cities with mixed populations and diverse economic foundations. This broader European transformation created new pressures on Scandinavian societies. Kings and chieftains who had once derived their legitimacy from successful raiding expeditions found that military reputation alone was no longer sufficient to maintain power. Their subjects increasingly expected the same level of internal development, legal sophistication, and economic opportunity that they observed in other parts of Europe. The contrast was becoming stark and undeniable. While Scandinavian societies remained relatively primitive in their governmental structures and economic systems, their southern neighbours were constructing impressive stone cathedrals, establishing universities, and developing complex legal codes. Young Scandinavians who travelled abroad as traders or soldiers returned home with stories of the wealth and sophistication they had witnessed, creating demands for similar development in their own countries. These internal pressures coincided with external ones to accelerate the pace of change. The Holy Roman Empire, under a series of capable emperors, was extending its influence northward, offering both carrots and sticks to encourage Scandinavian rulers to align themselves with Christian European norms. Marriage alliances, Trade agreements and military partnerships were available to those willing to convert and conform, while diplomatic isolation and potential military action awaited those who refused. The Church played a particularly important role in this process of integration. Christian missionaries were not merely spreading religious doctrine, but also introducing new models of literacy, education, and governance. Bishops and priests brought with them knowledge of Latin, which provided access to the accumulated learning of Christian Europe. Monasteries became centers of learning and economic development, introducing new agricultural techniques and craft specializations that enhanced local prosperity. The impact of this ecclesiastical influence extended far beyond the purely religious sphere. Christian legal concepts, emphasizing written law codes and formal judicial procedures, began to supplement and eventually replace traditional Norse legal practices based on oral tradition and personal relationships. The Church's emphasis on marriage as a sacrament challenged traditional Norse practices of polygamy and casual divorce, gradually reshaping family structures and inheritance patterns. Perhaps most importantly, Christianity provided a unifying ideology that could transcend the local loyalties and personal relationships that had characterized traditional Norse society. A Christian king could claim authority over all Christians within his realm, regardless of their tribal affiliations or family connections. This ideological transformation provided the foundation for the political centralization that was reshaping Scandinavian societies. The process of state formation in medieval Scandinavia followed patterns similar to those observed elsewhere in Europe, but it occurred within a compressed time frame that created unique stresses and opportunities. Traditional Norse society had been remarkably egalitarian by medieval standards, with free farmers enjoying significant independence and participating directly in local governance through thing assemblies. The transition to centralized monarchy required the subordination of these independent farmers to royal authority, a process that often generated significant resistance. Kings, seeking to consolidate power, faced the challenge of maintaining traditional warrior loyalties while simultaneously building the administrative apparatus necessary for effective governance. They needed to reward their followers with land and treasure, as Viking tradition demanded, while also establishing regular taxation systems that could support professional armies and bureaucracies. The tension between these competing demands created instability that persisted throughout the transitional period. Military organization underwent particularly significant changes during this period. The traditional Viking emphasis on individual prowess and personal loyalty was gradually supplemented by more disciplined formations and coordinated tactics. Kings began maintaining professional retinues of warriors who served for regular pay rather than simply for the hope of plunder. These military innovations were necessary to compete with the increasingly sophisticated armies fielded by other European powers, but they also represented a fundamental departure from traditional Norse military culture. The transformation of military organization was closely connected to changes in social structure more broadly. The traditional Norse distinction between free farmers, warriors, and slaves was becoming more complex as new social categories emerged. Professional soldiers, administrators, craftsmen, and merchants were developing into distinct social groups with their own interests and loyalties. The relatively simple social hierarchy of the Viking Age was giving way to the more complex stratification characteristic of medieval European societies. These social changes were reflected in material culture as well. Archaeological evidence from late Viking Age sites shows increasing social differentiation in housing, clothing, and personal possessions. Elite residences were becoming larger and more elaborate, incorporating architectural elements borrowed from continental European models. Luxury goods were becoming more common among the wealthy, while the gap between rich and poor was widening. The transformation of Scandinavian societies was not uniform across the region. Denmark, with its closer proximity to continental Europe and its more extensive involvement in European trade networks, led the way in adopting new political and religious forms. Norway followed somewhat later, with the process of centralization being complicated by the country's difficult geography and dispersed population. Sweden lagged furthest behind, with significant pockets of traditional culture persisting well into the 12th century. These regional variations created additional complexities in the broader transformation process. Danish kings, having embraced Christianity and centralized monarchy earlier than their neighbors, often found themselves in conflict with more traditional Norwegian and Swedish rulers. These conflicts were not merely political, but represented clashes between different visions of what Scandinavian society should become. The resolution of these conflicts would ultimately determine not only the fate of individual kingdoms, but the future direction of Scandinavian civilization as a whole. The traditional Viking world of independent chieftains, pagan religious practices, and opportunistic raiding was being challenged by a new model based on Christian monarchy, centralized administration, and integration with European political systems. This transformation was approaching a critical juncture by the middle of the 11th century. The old ways were clearly dying, but the new forms had not yet fully stabilized. Scandinavian societies found themselves caught between two worlds, no longer fully Viking, but not yet entirely medieval European. The resolution of this tension would be determined not in the halls of kings or the cells of monks, but on the battlefields where the last great Viking enterprises would meet their ultimate fate. The stage was being set for a final confrontation that would symbolically mark the end of the Viking Age and the beginning of a new chapter in Scandinavian history. The players were taking their positions, the forces of change were gathering momentum, and the ancient world of the Vikings was preparing for its last, desperate gamble against the rising tide of medieval Europe. In Norway, one figure embodied both the glory of the Viking past and the impossibility of its continuation. Harald Sigurdsson, known to history as Harald Hardrada, represented everything that had made the Vikings feared and respected throughout Europe. But he also demonstrated why that way of life was no longer sustainable in the changing world of the 11th century. Harald's life story reads like a catalogue of Viking Age adventures compressed into a single remarkable career. Born into the Norwegian royal family around 1015, he had participated in his first major battle at the age of 15, fighting alongside his half-brother King Olaf at Stiklestad in 1030. When that battle ended in defeat and Olaf's death, the young Harald fled into exile, beginning a journey that would take him across the known world. His exile led first to Kiev, where he found refuge with Prince Yaroslav the Wise, ruler of the powerful Kievan Rus. The court at Kiev was a cosmopolitan center where Scandinavian, Slavic, and Byzantine cultures mingled freely. Here, Harald encountered political sophistication and administrative complexity that far exceeded anything he had known in Norway. The experience would prove formative, exposing him to models of governance that combined traditional warrior leadership with bureaucratic efficiency. From Kiev, Harald journeyed to Constantinople, the greatest city in the medieval world, where he joined the Varangian Guard, the elite military unit that served as the Byzantine Emperor's personal bodyguard. The Varangian Guard was composed primarily of Scandinavian warriors, but it operated within the highly organized military system of the Byzantine Empire, the most sophisticated state apparatus in medieval Europe. Harald's service in the Varangian Guard took him throughout the Byzantine world and beyond. He fought in campaigns across Asia Minor, participated in expeditions to Sicily, and even served in the Holy Land. These experiences provided him with unparalleled knowledge of military tactics, political organization, and economic systems from across the medieval world. Few individuals in the 11th century possessed such extensive international experience. During his years of service, Harald accumulated enormous wealth through his share of military booty and imperial rewards. Byzantine sources describe him as fabulously rich, possessing treasure that exceeded the resources of most contemporary kings. This wealth would prove crucial to his later political ambitions, providing the material foundation for his claims to royal authority. Harold's time in Constantinople also provided him with important personal connections. He married Elizabeth, daughter of Prince Yaroslav, cementing his alliance with the Kievan court. Elizabeth's sisters were married to the kings of France and Hungary, making Harold part of an extended network of royal families that spanned much of medieval Europe. These connections would prove valuable in his later political career. By the early 1040s, Harold had decided that his future lay not in continued service to the Byzantine Empire, but in returning to Scandinavia to claim his inheritance. His departure from Constantinople was dramatic, involving what amounted to a carefully planned escape from imperial service. According to later accounts, Harold and his followers seized ships and fought their way past the great chain that guarded the harbour, making their way to freedom despite imperial efforts to prevent their departure. Harold's return to Scandinavia in 1046 coincided with a period of political instability in both Norway and Denmark. King Magnus the Good, who ruled both kingdoms, was engaged in ongoing conflicts with Danish pretenders and faced internal challenges to his authority. Harold initially allied himself with Magnus's enemies, but when Magnus offered to share royal authority with him, Harold switched sides, demonstrating the opportunistic political flexibility that characterized successful Viking Age leaders. When Magnus died unexpectedly in 1047, Harold found himself in a position to claim the Norwegian throne. His vast wealth, international experience, and royal bloodline gave him advantages that few contemporary rivals could match. For the next 20 years, he would rule Norway as one of the last great Viking kings, embodying both the achievements and the contradictions of his age. Harold's reign as King of Norway demonstrated the tensions inherent in the transitional period between the Viking Age and the medieval world. On one hand, he governed according to traditional Norse practices, leading his followers in battle, distributing treasure to maintain their loyalty, and participating in the complex web of personal relationships that had always characterized Scandinavian politics. On the other hand, he had to adapt to the changing realities of 11th century Europe, dealing with Christian neighbors, maintaining diplomatic relationships, and governing subjects who increasingly expected the stability and sophistication they observed in other medieval kingdoms. These competing demands created constant challenges for Harold's rule. His subjects expected him to provide the wealth and glory associated with successful Viking leadership, but the traditional sources of such wealth were becoming increasingly difficult to access. Raiding expeditions faced stronger resistance and yielded smaller returns, while trade relationships required diplomatic stability that was difficult to maintain alongside traditional warrior culture. Harold's solution to these challenges was characteristically ambitious. Rather than accepting the gradual decline of traditional Viking enterprises, he sought to achieve one spectacular success that would secure his legacy and provide the resources necessary to maintain his kingdom's independence. His target was England, where political instability following the death of Edward the Confessor had created an opportunity for foreign intervention. The English succession crisis of 1066 presented Harold with what appeared to be an ideal opportunity to revive the great tradition of Viking conquest. Edward the Confessor had died without a clear heir, creating competing claims to the English throne. Harold Godwinson, the most powerful English earl, had been crowned king, but his legitimacy was disputed by both William of Normandy and Harold Hardrada of Norway. Harold's claim to the English throne was based on an agreement allegedly made between his predecessor Magnus and Harthacnut, the last Danish king of England. According to this agreement, whichever king survived the other would inherit both kingdoms. Since Magnus had succeeded Harthacnut in Denmark, Harold argued that he had inherited Magnus's rights to England as well. The legal foundation for this claim was questionable, but it provided sufficient justification for what Harold really wanted: one final great Viking expedition that could restore Norway's prestige and fill its treasury. The Norwegian invasion of England in 1066 represented the last hurrah of the Viking Age. Harold assembled a formidable force, estimated at between 300 and 400 ships, carrying perhaps 10,000 warriors. This was one of the largest Viking expeditions ever launched, comparable to the great armies that had conquered much of England 2 centuries earlier. The very scale of the enterprise demonstrated Harold's determination to achieve something truly spectacular. The invasion fleet that sailed from Norway in the late summer of 1066 was impressive, not only in its size, but in its composition. Harold had recruited warriors from throughout Scandinavia, drawing upon personal connections forged during his years of exile and military service. His army included both seasoned veterans who remembered the great Viking expeditions of the early 11th century, and young warriors eager to prove themselves in what might be their only opportunity to participate in such an adventure. The expedition's initial success seemed to vindicate Harold's ambitious gamble. The Norwegian fleet sailed first to the Orkney Islands, where it was joined by additional forces recruited from the Norse communities of northern Scotland. From there, the invasion force proceeded to the Humber estuary, penetrating deep into northern England before encountering significant resistance. The first major battle of the campaign took place at Fulford, just outside York, on September 20th, 1066. Harold's forces faced an English army led by the Earls of Mercia and Northumbria, powerful nobles who commanded the military resources of northern England. The battle was hard fought, but the Norwegian veterans ultimately prevailed, inflicting heavy casualties on the English forces and opening the way to York. The victory at Fulford seemed to confirm that the old Viking magic still worked. Harold's warriors had demonstrated that they could still defeat English armies in open battle, just as their predecessors had done centuries earlier. York, one of the greatest cities in northern England and a former centre of Viking power, opened its gates to the Norwegian king. For a brief moment it appeared that the Viking Age might be experiencing a final, glorious revival. But the world had changed more than Harold fully appreciated. The England of 1066 was not the fragmented kingdom that earlier Viking armies had conquered. King Harold Godwinson commanded resources and could move with a speed that would have been impossible in earlier centuries. Within days of learning about the Norwegian invasion, Harold was marching north with a powerful army, determined to eliminate the threat before it could consolidate its gains. The two armies met at Stamford Bridge, a few miles east of York, on September 25th, 1066. The battle that followed would mark not only the end of Harald Hardrada's ambitions, but the symbolic conclusion of the entire Viking Age. The last great Viking king would meet his end on an English battlefield, and with him would die the dream of renewed Scandinavian conquest. The stage was set for a confrontation that would determine not only the fate of two kings, but the future direction of European history. The Viking Age, which had begun with small raiding parties striking defenseless monasteries, was about to end with a massive battle between professional armies representing two different visions of medieval civilization. The outcome would demonstrate conclusively that the age of Viking conquest was over, and that Scandinavian societies would have to find new ways to secure their place in the medieval world. The morning of September 25th dawned clear and warm, unusually so for late autumn in northern England. Harald Hardrada had positioned his army at Stamford Bridge with the confidence of a commander who had never known defeat in major battle. His warriors, many of them veterans of campaigns across 3 continents, were relaxed and unprepared for immediate combat. Some had even left their mail shirts behind at their ships, expecting nothing more than a formal ceremony to accept the submission of additional English nobles. This casual approach to military preparedness would prove to be a fatal miscalculation. Harold Godwinson had covered the 200 miles from London to Yorkshire in just 4 days. A remarkable feat of logistics and endurance that demonstrated the organisational capabilities of the late Anglo-Saxon kingdom. His army arrived at Stamford Bridge before the Norwegians realised they were even approaching. The battle began with a legendary encounter that has echoed through the centuries. A single Norwegian warrior, possibly a berserker, took position on the narrow wooden bridge that gave the location its name. Armed with a massive two-handed axe, he held the crossing against the entire English vanguard, cutting down dozens of attackers before finally being brought down by a spear thrust from below the bridge. This act of individual heroism represented everything that had made Viking warriors feared throughout Europe. But it also demonstrated the futility of personal courage against organised military force. Once the English army crossed the bridge, the battle became a conventional medieval engagement between two professional forces. Harald Hardrada's warriors fought with the skill and determination that had carried them to victory in battles from Sicily to the Holy Land, but they were outnumbered and caught unprepared. The English army, fighting on familiar ground and motivated by the defence of their homeland, pressed their advantage relentlessly. The turning point came when Harald Hardrada himself fell, struck down by an arrow while leading a charge against the English centre. With their king dead, the Norwegian army began to fragment. Some units fought on with desperate courage, but others began a fighting withdrawal toward their ships. The battle that had begun as a confident assertion of Viking military prowess ended as a bloody rout. The casualties were enormous on both sides. So many Norwegian warriors died at Stamford Bridge that their bodies were still being discovered decades later. Of the 300 ships that had brought Harold's army to England, only 24 were needed to carry the survivors home. Among the dead were not only Harold himself, but also Tostig Godwinson, the English exile who had encouraged the invasion, and many of the most experienced Viking commanders of their generation. The immediate consequences of Stamford Bridge extended far beyond the battlefield itself. Harold Godwinson had achieved a remarkable victory, but his army was severely weakened by the fighting. Even as the English king was celebrating his triumph over the Norwegians, William of Normandy was landing on the southern coast of England with another invasion force. The English army that marched south to face the Normans at Hastings was already exhausted and depleted from the northern campaign. The interconnection between these two battles of 1066 cannot be overstated. Harald Hardrada's invasion had served William's purposes perfectly, drawing Harold Godwinson's forces away from the Channel coast and weakening them through combat, just when Norman preparations were reaching completion. Whether this coordination was intentional or merely fortuitous, the result was the same. The last great Viking expedition had facilitated the Norman conquest of England. For Scandinavia, the disaster at Stamford Bridge marked the definitive end of an era. Harald Hardrada had been more than just another king seeking territorial expansion. He had embodied the Viking ideal of the warrior ruler who achieved greatness through personal courage and military success. His death demonstrated conclusively that this model of leadership was no longer viable in the changing political environment of medieval Europe. The failure of the Norwegian invasion also had profound economic consequences. The enormous resources invested in the expedition were lost completely, leaving Norway financially weakened and politically unstable. The dream of restoring Scandinavian dominance through military conquest had died with Harold on the muddy fields of Yorkshire, and no subsequent Norwegian king would have either the resources or the inclination to attempt anything similar. More broadly, Stamford Bridge marked the end of the Viking Age as a period of Scandinavian expansion and European disruption. The political and military conditions that had made Viking raiding profitable had disappeared, and the societies that had produced the raiders were transforming into something entirely different. The longships were being drawn up on beaches for the last time, and the young men who might once have sought glory in foreign wars were finding new opportunities closer to home. The transformation of Scandinavian political organisation accelerated rapidly following the events of 1066. The traditional system of warrior chiefs leading personal followings in pursuit of plunder and glory was clearly obsolete, and kings who hoped to survive in the new European environment needed different sources of legitimacy and different methods of governance. Christianity provided the ideological framework for this political revolution. The concept of divine kingship, borrowed from Byzantine and Frankish models, offered an alternative to the personal loyalty relationships that had characterized Viking Age leadership. Christian kings ruled by God's authority rather than by the consent of their warriors, and their power was theoretically unlimited within their domains. The practical implementation of Christian monarchy required extensive administrative innovation. Traditional Norse society had operated through informal networks of personal relationships, with disputes resolved through negotiation or violence and resources distributed through gift-giving and mutual obligation. Medieval Christian kingship demanded written law codes, professional bureaucracies, regular taxation systems, and formal judicial procedures. The Church played a crucial role in facilitating these changes. Bishops and priests, educated in Latin and trained in administrative techniques, provided the personnel necessary for effective governance. Monasteries became centers of learning and record-keeping, preserving legal documents and maintaining the archives that centralized government required. The ecclesiastical hierarchy offered a model of hierarchical organization that could be adapted for secular purposes. The process of state formation was neither smooth nor unopposed. Traditional Norse free farmers had enjoyed considerable independence and were reluctant to submit to royal taxation and legal authority. Many local chieftains resisted the erosion of their traditional powers, leading to internal conflicts that persisted for generations. The transition from consensual to authoritarian government created tensions that would shape Scandinavian political development for centuries. Despite these challenges, the basic trajectory of change was irreversible. By the end of the 11th century, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden had all evolved into recognizable medieval kingdoms with Christian monarchs, centralized administrations, and formal diplomatic relationships with other European powers. The independent warrior chiefs, who had dominated the Viking Age, were being replaced by appointed officials who served at royal pleasure. The military organization of these emerging kingdoms reflected similar changes. The traditional Viking emphasis on individual prowess and personal loyalty was supplemented by more disciplined formations and coordinated tactics. Kings maintained professional retinues of household warriors who served for regular wages rather than simply for the hope of plunder. These military innovations were necessary to compete with other European armies, but they represented a fundamental departure from Viking military culture. The social implications of these changes extended throughout Scandinavian society. The relatively egalitarian social structure of the Viking Age, with its emphasis on personal achievement and warrior values, was giving way to more rigid hierarchies based on birth, wealth, and official position. The gap between rich and poor was widening, and social mobility was becoming more difficult as formal institutions replaced informal networks. Women's roles were also changing in significant ways. Traditional Norse society had accorded women considerable independence and authority, particularly in domestic and economic matters. Christian influence brought different expectations regarding marriage, family organization, and gender roles. While some women found new opportunities within ecclesiastical institutions, others experienced reduced autonomy as Christian legal concepts displaced traditional Norse practices. The transformation of Scandinavian culture was equally profound. The oral tradition that had preserved Viking Age values and stories was being supplemented and sometimes replaced by written literature in Latin. Traditional artistic styles were incorporating Christian motifs and European influences. The runestones that had commemorated Viking achievements were increasingly featuring Christian symbols and prayers for salvation, rather than celebrations of martial glory. Archaeological evidence reveals the extent of these cultural changes. Burial practices shifted from the elaborate ship burials and weapon deposits of the Viking Age to simple Christian interments in consecrated ground. Settlement patterns changed as defensive considerations became less important and agricultural productivity gained priority. Material culture increasingly resembled that found elsewhere in medieval Europe, rather than displaying distinctively Scandinavian characteristics. The economic foundation of Scandinavian society was also undergoing fundamental transformation. The wealth that had flowed northward through raiding and slave trading was being replaced by more conventional forms of medieval economic activity. Agriculture was intensifying as population growth created pressure for increased food production. Craft specialization was advancing as urban centers developed and trade relationships became more sophisticated. The integration of Scandinavia into European commercial networks proceeded rapidly once political stability was established. Scandinavian merchants found new markets for traditional exports like furs, amber, and iron, while importing luxury goods and manufactured items from the south. The silver that had once arrived as tribute from conquered territories now came through legitimate trade relationships that benefited all participants. Religious architecture provided visible evidence of the cultural transformation taking place. The wooden stave churches that began appearing throughout Scandinavia in the 11th and 12th centuries combined traditional Norse building techniques with Christian liturgical requirements. These structures represented a synthesis of old and new that characterized the broader process of cultural adaptation. The persistence of certain traditional elements within this transformed society demonstrates the complexity of the change process. Norse legal concepts continued to influence Scandinavian law codes long after Christianization. Traditional storytelling maintained Viking Age values alongside Christian teachings. Certain aspects of material culture, particularly in rural areas, showed continuity with pre-Christian practices. By the 12th century, the transformation of Scandinavia was largely complete. The kingdoms of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden had become integral parts of medieval Christendom, participating in crusades, maintaining diplomatic relationships with other European powers, and organizing their societies according to continental models. The Viking Age had ended not with conquest or catastrophe, but with successful adaptation to changing circumstances. The legacy of the Viking Age persisted in various forms throughout medieval and modern Scandinavian culture. Language, law, and social customs retained elements of the pre-Christian past. The memory of Viking achievements, preserved in sagas and historical writings, continued to influence Scandinavian identity. The political independence that Viking Age expansion had established provided the foundation for the distinct national cultures that emerged in later centuries. The end of the Viking Age also had broader implications for European development. The stabilization of Scandinavia eliminated one of the major sources of medieval political instability. The integration of Norse societies into Christian Europe strengthened the cultural unity that would characterize medieval European civilization. The administrative and military innovations developed during the transition period influenced governmental practices throughout Northern Europe. The transformation of the Vikings from raiders to rulers represents one of the most remarkable cultural adaptations in medieval history. Within the span of a few generations, societies that had based their identity on warrior values and maritime expansion successfully reinvented themselves as settled agricultural kingdoms organized according to Christian principles. This adaptation required extraordinary flexibility and pragmatism, qualities that had always characterized Norse culture. The success of this transformation explains why Scandinavian societies survived and prospered while other medieval cultures disappeared or were absorbed by more powerful neighbors. The same adaptability that had enabled Viking expansion across the Atlantic and into the Mediterranean allowed Scandinavian kingdoms to evolve with changing circumstances rather than being destroyed by them. The story of the Viking Age's end thus becomes not a tale of decline and defeat, but one of successful evolution and adaptation. The warriors who had once terrorized European monasteries became the knights who defended Christian kingdoms. The chieftains who had led raiding expeditions became the kings who governed medieval states. The pagans who had worshipped Thor and Odin became the Christians who built cathedrals and endowed monasteries. This transformation was not achieved without cost. Much that had been distinctive about Viking Age culture was lost in the process of European integration. The independence and egalitarianism that had characterized traditional Norse society gave way to the hierarchies and constraints of medieval feudalism. The adventurous spirit that had driven Viking exploration was channeled into more conventional forms of medieval achievement. Yet what emerged from this transformation was in many ways more impressive than what had preceded it. The medieval kingdoms of Scandinavia would prove to be among the most stable and prosperous in Europe. The cultural synthesis achieved during the transition period would produce distinctive forms of art, literature, and governance that enriched European civilization. The administrative and legal innovations developed during the conversion process would influence political development throughout Northern Europe. The end of the Viking Age marked not the disappearance of Norse culture, but its successful integration into the broader stream of European development. The raiders became rulers, the pagans became Christians, and the scattered tribes became unified kingdoms. In adapting to survive, the Vikings had transformed not only themselves, but the entire political and cultural landscape of medieval Europe. As the 12th century dawned, the longships had been drawn up on beaches for the last time, their dragonheads now decorating the churches where their former crews came to worship. The age of raids and conquest had given way to an era of trade and diplomacy, of stone cathedrals and written laws, of centralized kingdoms and international alliances. The Viking Age was over, but its legacy would endure in the languages, laws, and cultures of the Northern European societies it had helped to create. The transformation was complete. The last generation to remember the old ways was passing into memory, and their children knew only the new world of Christian kingdoms and medieval civilization. The Vikings had ceased to exist as a distinct cultural phenomenon, but in ceasing to exist, they had become something greater, founding fathers of the medieval Scandinavian nations that would carry their memory into the modern age. Age. The forces that would ultimately seal the fate of the Viking Age were converging across Europe with inexorable momentum. While Harold Hardrada had fallen at Stamford Bridge, his death was merely the most dramatic symbol of a transformation that had been building for generations. The scattered events of individual battles and royal conversions were coalescing into something far more profound: the complete restructuring of medieval European civilization. In the decades following Stamford Bridge, the last vestiges of independent Viking power were systematically eliminated or absorbed. The Norse kingdoms of Ireland, which had maintained their independence for over 2 centuries, found themselves increasingly integrated into the complex web of Irish politics. Dublin, Cork, and Waterford remained important commercial centres, but their rulers were becoming Irish nobles who happened to be of Norse descent, rather than Viking kings maintaining separate cultural identities. The process of integration was neither violent nor sudden. Marriage alliances between Norse and Irish aristocratic families had been common for generations, creating networks of kinship that transcended ethnic boundaries. The children and grandchildren of these mixed marriages often felt more loyalty to their Irish territories than to distant Scandinavian relatives. By the late 11th century, many supposedly Norse rulers in Ireland spoke Gaelic as their primary language and followed Irish legal customs in their governance. Similar patterns emerged throughout the Viking diaspora. In the Hebrides and the northern islands of Scotland, Norse jarls were gradually becoming Scottish nobles, owing fealty to Scottish kings and participating in Scottish political structures. The independence that had characterized Viking Age settlements was being replaced by feudal relationships that bound local rulers to larger political entities. Even in areas where Norse cultural identity remained stronger, the nature of that identity was changing fundamentally. The Viking communities of the North Atlantic, in Iceland and Greenland, were developing into settled agricultural societies with their own distinctive institutions. The Althing in Iceland represented a remarkable adaptation of traditional Norse democratic practices to the requirements of a stable, land-based society. These communities maintained their cultural distinctiveness not through raiding and expansion, but through literary achievement and legal innovation. The transformation of Iceland deserves particular attention because it demonstrates how Norse society could evolve without losing its essential character. The island had been settled by Norwegian emigrants seeking to escape the growing centralization of royal power at home, and they had consciously attempted to recreate what they considered the best aspects of traditional Norse society. The result was a unique political experiment that combined democratic assemblies with sophisticated legal procedures. Icelandic society in the 11th and 12th centuries produced the remarkable literary achievement of the sagas, prose narratives that preserved the memory of Viking Age heroes, while reflecting the values and concerns of a settled Christian society. These works demonstrate the complex relationship between past and present that characterized the post-Viking world. The saga writers celebrated the courage and independence of their ancestors while implicitly acknowledging that such behavior was no longer appropriate in their own time. The literary transformation reflected broader cultural changes throughout Scandinavia. The oral tradition that had preserved Viking Age values was being supplemented by written literature that reflected Christian influences and European cultural standards. Latin learning was spreading through ecclesiastical institutions, while vernacular literature was developing in ways that synthesized traditional Norse themes with continental literary forms. The architectural transformation of Scandinavia provided visible evidence of these cultural changes. The great stone churches that were rising throughout Denmark, Norway, and Sweden represented not merely religious conversion, but cultural integration with the broader European community. These buildings employed architectural techniques borrowed from Germany and France, while incorporating decorative elements that reflected local artistic traditions. The famous stave churches of Norway exemplify this cultural synthesis. These remarkable wooden structures combine traditional Norse building techniques with Christian liturgical requirements, creating a distinctive architectural style that was neither purely Scandinavian nor conventionally European. The elaborate carved decorations on these churches often featured traditional Norse motifs, reinterpreted in Christian contexts, demonstrating the complex process of cultural adaptation. The economic foundations of Scandinavian society continued to evolve throughout the 12th century. The wealth that had once flowed northward through raiding and tribute was being replaced by more conventional forms of medieval economic activity. Agricultural production was intensifying as population growth created increased demand for food, while craft specialization was advancing as urban centers developed and trade relationships became more sophisticated. The development of towns and cities throughout Scandinavia marked a fundamental departure from the rural, dispersed settlement patterns that had characterized the Viking Age. Bergen, Trondheim, Lund, and other urban centers were becoming important commercial and administrative hubs that connected Scandinavian economies to broader European trade networks. These cities attracted merchants, craftsmen, and administrators from throughout Europe, further accelerating the process of cultural integration. The transformation of Scandinavian military organization reflected similar changes in social and political structures. The traditional Viking emphasis on individual prowess and personal loyalty was being systematically replaced by more disciplined formations and coordinated tactics. Kings maintained professional retinues of household warriors who served for regular wages, rather than simply for the hope of plunder, while regional militias were organized according to territorial rather than kinship principles. These military innovations were necessary to compete with other European armies, but they also represented a fundamental departure from Viking military culture. The berserker rage and individual heroism that had characterized Viking warfare were becoming obsolete in an era of coordinated cavalry charges and disciplined infantry formations. The warrior who could hold a bridge single-handedly against an entire army, like the legendary defender at Stamford Bridge, was an anachronism in the new military environment. The legal systems of the emerging Scandinavian kingdoms reflected the same tension between traditional practices and European standards. Ancient Norse legal concepts, based on compensation for injuries and collective responsibility for maintaining order, were being supplemented by written law codes that emphasized royal authority and formal judicial procedures. The Thing assemblies that had provided democratic participation in traditional Norse society continued to function, but their powers were increasingly circumscribed by royal prerogatives and ecclesiastical authority. The role of women in these transforming societies reflected the complex interaction between traditional Norse practices and Christian influences. Viking Age women had enjoyed considerable independence and authority, particularly in domestic and economic matters. Christian teachings brought different expectations regarding marriage, family organization, and gender roles, but the transition was neither uniform nor complete. Many aristocratic women found new opportunities within the ecclesiastical hierarchy, founding monasteries and exercising religious authority that had no equivalent in traditional Norse society. At the same time, Christian emphasis on monogamous marriage and male authority reduced some of the freedoms that women had enjoyed under traditional Norse customs. The result was a complex negotiation between old and new practices that varied significantly across different social levels and geographical regions. The artistic production of 12th century Scandinavia demonstrates the sophisticated cultural synthesis that was emerging from this transformation process. Metalwork, wood carving, and textile production combined traditional Norse techniques with European decorative styles and Christian iconography. The famous Bayeux tapestry, though produced in Norman England, exemplifies this cultural blending, depicting the events of 1066 in a style that combines Anglo-Saxon, Norse, and continental European artistic traditions. The persistence of runic writing alongside Latin literacy illustrates the gradual nature of cultural change. Rune stones continued to be erected throughout the 12th century, but their inscriptions increasingly featured Christian prayers and symbols rather than celebrations of martial achievement. The transition from pagan to Christian commemoration was neither sudden nor complete, with many monuments reflecting the hybrid religious consciousness that characterized the conversion period. The diplomatic integration of Scandinavian kingdoms into European political networks accelerated throughout the 11th and 12th centuries. Royal marriages connected Scandinavian dynasties with ruling houses throughout Europe, while military alliances involved Scandinavian forces in conflicts far from their homelands. The crusading movement provided new outlets for the martial energy that had once driven Viking expansion, channeling Scandinavian warriors into religiously sanctioned warfare in the Eastern Mediterranean. The participation of Scandinavian forces in the Crusades demonstrates the complete transformation of their military culture. Warriors who might once have raided Christian monasteries were now fighting to defend Christian holy places in Palestine. The very skills that had made Vikings feared throughout Europe were being employed in service of the Christian faith that had ultimately replaced their traditional way of life. This transformation was not achieved without resistance and conflict. The conversion to Christianity and the centralization of royal authority generated opposition from traditionalist elements who sought to preserve older practices and power structures. In Sweden particularly, The struggle between Christian and pagan factions continued well into the 12th century, with successive kings alternately promoting and suppressing traditional religious practices. The final victory of Christianity in Sweden came only after prolonged conflict that reflected the deep cultural divisions within Scandinavian society. The destruction of the great pagan temple at Uppsala in the early 12th century marked the symbolic end of organized pagan resistance, but traditional practices persisted in rural areas for generations. The process of Christianization was thus neither uniform nor complete, with elements of pre-Christian belief surviving within officially Christian societies. The economic implications of this religious and political transformations extended far beyond Scandinavia itself. The integration of Scandinavian economies into European commercial networks created new opportunities for trade and development, while eliminating the disruptions caused by Viking raiding. Merchants could now travel safely through territories that had once been hunting grounds for Norse pirates, while agricultural development proceeded without the constant threat of sudden attack. The demographic consequences of the end of Viking expansion were equally significant. The population pressures that had once driven Scandinavian emigration and raiding were being relieved through internal development and agricultural intensification. Young men who might once have sought their fortunes in foreign adventures were finding opportunities within their home societies as administrators, craftsmen, and agricultural workers. The stabilization of Scandinavian societies also had important implications for gender relations and family structures. The disruptions caused by constant warfare and emigration had created unusual opportunities for women to exercise authority and independence. As societies became more settled and hierarchical, these opportunities began to diminish, though the transition was gradual and varied significantly across different social levels. The technological innovations that had made Viking expansion possible were being adapted to more peaceful purposes. The shipbuilding techniques that had produced the swift longships were being applied to the construction of merchant vessels and fishing boats. The navigational skills that had enabled Viking explorers to reach Greenland and North America were being employed in the service of legitimate trade. The metalworking expertise that had produced superior weapons was being directed toward agricultural implements and architectural hardware. The linguistic legacy of the Viking Age continued to evolve throughout the post-Viking period. Old Norse remained the literary language of Iceland and provided the foundation for the development of distinct Scandinavian vernaculars. The Norse vocabulary that had been introduced into English, French, and other European languages during the Viking Age was becoming permanently integrated into these linguistic systems. The runic alphabet continued to be used for certain purposes, but Latin script was increasingly dominant for formal writing. The legal legacy of Viking Age institutions proved remarkably persistent. The democratic assemblies and legal procedures that had characterized traditional Norse society continued to influence Scandinavian political development long after the conversion to Christianity and the establishment of royal authority. The concept of popular participation in governance, though modified by medieval hierarchical principles, remained stronger in Scandinavia than in most other European regions. The maritime traditions that had enabled Viking expansion were transformed rather than abandoned. Scandinavian merchants and fishermen continued to dominate the commercial life of the North Sea and Baltic regions, while Scandinavian naval forces played important roles in medieval European conflicts. The shipbuilding expertise that had produced the longship was applied to the development of new vessel types adapted to different purposes and conditions. By the middle of the 12th century, the transformation of Scandinavian society was essentially complete. The kingdoms of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden had become integral parts of medieval Christendom, indistinguishable in their basic institutions and practices from other European monarchies. The warrior culture that had produced the Vikings had been successfully adapted to the requirements of settled Christian kingship. The speed and completeness of this transformation remains one of the most remarkable achievements in medieval European history. Within the span of a few generations, Societies that had based their identity on warrior values and maritime expansion had successfully reinvented themselves as stable agricultural kingdoms organized according to Christian principles. The adaptability that had enabled Viking expansion across the Atlantic and into the Mediterranean had allowed Scandinavian societies to evolve with changing circumstances rather than being destroyed by them. The success of this adaptation explains why Scandinavian societies not only survived, but prospered during the medieval period. The same flexibility and pragmatism that had characterized Viking culture enabled these societies to integrate successfully into European civilization while maintaining their distinctive identities. The result was a synthesis of old and new elements that enriched both Scandinavian culture and European civilization more broadly. The memory of the Viking Age was preserved and transmitted through various cultural forms throughout the medieval period and beyond. The Icelandic sagas, composed in the 13th and 14th centuries, provided detailed narratives of Viking Age heroes and events that shaped popular understanding of this period for centuries to come. These literary works, while not always historically accurate, preserved important aspects of Viking Age culture and values that might otherwise have been lost. The archaeological legacy of the Viking Age continued to influence Scandinavian culture long after the political and religious transformation was complete. Ship burials, weapon deposits, and other distinctive Viking Age practices had created a material record that served as a constant reminder of the past. The discovery and interpretation of these archaeological remains contributed to the development of national identities that incorporated Viking heritage as a fundamental element. The place names established during the Viking Age provided another lasting reminder of Scandinavian expansion and settlement. Throughout Britain, Ireland, France, and other regions that had experienced Viking settlement, Norse place names preserved the memory of Scandinavian presence long after the political control had ended. These linguistic fossils served as permanent monuments to the geographical extent and cultural impact of Viking expansion. The genetic legacy of Viking Age population movements has been revealed through modern scientific analysis, demonstrating the extent to which Scandinavian emigrants contributed to the ancestry of populations throughout Northern and Western Europe. This biological inheritance provides concrete evidence of the demographic impact of Viking expansion that complements the historical and archaeological record. The institutional legacy of Viking Age political innovations continued to influence European development throughout the medieval period and beyond. The democratic assemblies and legal procedures that had characterized Norse society provided alternative models to the hierarchical structures that dominated most of medieval Europe. These alternatives would prove influential during later periods of political development and reform. The commercial networks established during the Viking Age continued to operate long after the political transformation was complete. Trade routes that had been opened by Viking merchants remained important channels of exchange throughout the medieval period. The commercial expertise developed during the Viking Age provided a foundation for the continued prosperity of Scandinavian economies within the broader European system. The exploration and settlement achievements of the Viking Age created a lasting expansion of European geographical knowledge and cultural influence. The settlements in Iceland, Greenland, and North America represented the westernmost extension of European civilization during the medieval period. While the Greenland colonies would eventually fail and the North American settlements were abandoned, these achievements demonstrated the remarkable scope of Viking geographical knowledge and navigational skill. The military techniques and technologies developed during the Viking Age continued to influence European warfare long after the political transformation was complete. The tactical innovations and weapon designs that had made Viking warriors so effective were adopted and adapted by other European military forces. The naval expertise that had enabled Viking expansion provided a foundation for the continued importance of Scandinavian naval forces in European conflicts. The cultural synthesis achieved during the transition from Viking Age to medieval Christian society created distinctive forms of art, literature, and governance that enriched European civilization. The successful integration of Norse and Christian elements produced unique cultural achievements that were neither purely Scandinavian nor conventionally European. This synthesis demonstrated the creative possibilities that could emerge from cultural contact and adaptation. The transformation of the Vikings from raiders to rulers, from pagans to Christians, from scattered tribes to unified kingdoms, represents one of the most successful cultural adaptations in human history. The same qualities that had enabled Viking expansion across the known world also enabled the successful transition to medieval European civilization. The flexibility, adaptability, and pragmatism that had characterized Viking culture proved equally valuable in the very different circumstances of the post-Viking world. As the 13th century dawned, the transformation was complete and irreversible. The longships had become museum pieces, preserved only in royal burial mounds and archaeological sites. The dragon heads that had once terrorized European coasts were now carved on church doorways, their fierce expressions transformed into guardians of Christian sanctuaries. The warriors who had once sought glory in foreign battles were buried in Christian cemeteries, their weapons replaced by crosses, as symbols of their eternal hopes. The Viking Age had ended not with conquest or catastrophe, but with successful evolution. The raiders had become the ruled, the pagans had become the pious, and the wanderers had become the settled. In adapting to survive, the Vikings had transformed not only themselves, but the entire political and cultural landscape of Northern Europe. Their legacy would endure not as a memory of what had been lost, but as a foundation for what had been gained through the painful but ultimately successful process of historical change. The kingdoms they had founded, the trade routes they had opened, the settlements they had established, and the cultural innovations they had created all became permanent parts of European civilization. The Viking Age was over, but its achievements had become so thoroughly integrated into the fabric of European life that they could never be separated from it. In ceasing to exist as a distinct phenomenon, the Vikings had become something far greater, the ancestors and founders of the modern Scandinavian nations that would carry their memory and their achievements into the contemporary world. The final chapter of Viking history was being written not in the great halls of kings or on the decks of longships, but in the quiet chambers where scribes recorded new laws, in the stone churches where former warriors knelt in prayer, and in the administrative centres where royal bureaucrats collected taxes according to written schedules. The transformation was so complete that by the year 1100, a visitor to Denmark or Norway would have found societies that bore little resemblance to the freebooting warrior cultures that had terrorized Europe just a century earlier. The legal systems that emerged during this period demonstrate the thoroughness of the transformation. Traditional Norse law had operated through oral tradition and collective memory, with disputes resolved through negotiation between kinship groups or through the judgment of local assemblies. The new legal codes that appeared throughout Scandinavia were written documents that emphasized royal authority and formal procedures borrowed from continental European models. In Denmark, the laws promulgated under King Canute the Saint in the late 11th century established comprehensive legal frameworks that covered everything from taxation and military service to marriage and inheritance. These codes were not merely translations of traditional Norse practices into written form. They represented fundamental changes in legal philosophy, emphasizing the authority of the state over the autonomy of local communities and the rights of individuals over the claims of kinship groups. The establishment of formal court systems marked another decisive break with Viking Age practices. Traditional Norse society had resolved disputes through thing assemblies, where free farmers could participate directly in legal proceedings. The new court systems created hierarchies of professional judges appointed by royal authority, with appeal procedures that ultimately led to the king himself. These innovations brought Scandinavian legal practice into alignment with developments elsewhere in medieval Europe, while reducing the democratic elements that had characterized traditional Norse society. The economic implications of these legal changes were profound. Written law codes enabled the development of more sophisticated commercial relationships by providing predictable frameworks for contract enforcement and dispute resolution. Property rights became more clearly defined and more easily transferable, facilitating the development of land markets and commercial agriculture. The standardization of weights, measures, and currencies reduced transaction costs and enabled more efficient trade relationships. Tax collection, which had been irregular and often voluntary under the traditional system, became systematic and compulsory. Royal governments developed professional bureaucracies capable of assessing, collecting, and recording tax obligations across entire kingdoms. The revenue generated through these systems enabled kings to maintain standing armies, construct public works, and support the administrative apparatus necessary for effective governance. The transformation of military organization paralleled these legal and economic changes. The traditional Viking emphasis on personal loyalty and individual combat prowess was being replaced by more disciplined formations and coordinated tactics adapted from continental European models. Professional soldiers serving for regular wages were supplementing and gradually replacing the volunteer warriors who had characterized Viking Age military organization. The implications of these military changes extended far beyond battlefield effectiveness. Professional armies were instruments of royal authority rather than expressions of community identity. Their loyalty was to the king who paid them rather than to the local communities from which they were recruited. This shift in military organization both reflected and reinforced the broader transformation from consensual to authoritarian governance. Naval organization underwent similar changes during this period. The longships that had enabled Viking expansion required communal effort and shared risk, with crews bound together by personal relationships and common interests. The royal navies that emerged in the 11th and 12th centuries operated according to different principles, with professional officers commanding vessels built and maintained at royal expense. These naval forces were instruments of state policy rather than expressions of warrior culture. The architectural transformation of Scandinavia during this period provided visible evidence of the broader social changes taking place. The great stone churches that were rising throughout the region represented not merely religious conversion, but integration into European architectural traditions. These buildings required specialized knowledge, imported materials, and organized labor forces that could only be mobilized through centralized authority. The technical expertise necessary for stone construction had to be imported from continental Europe, bringing with it not only architectural knowledge but also the social relationships associated with medieval building projects. Master craftsmen, skilled workers, and laborers were organized into hierarchical structures that reflected broader social changes. The construction of major churches and royal residences created new forms of economic activity while demonstrating royal power and Christian commitment. Urban development accelerated throughout Scandinavia during the 11th and 12th centuries as trade, administration, and craft production became increasingly concentrated in specialized centers. Cities like Bergen, Trondheim, Stockholm, and Lund emerged as important commercial and administrative hubs that connected Scandinavian economies to broader European networks. These urban centers attracted merchants, craftsmen, and officials from throughout Europe, further accelerating cultural integration. The development of monetary systems reflected the growing sophistication of Scandinavian economies. The silver that had once arrived as tribute from conquered territories or payment for slaves was being replaced by coined money that facilitated more complex commercial relationships. Royal mints producing standardized currencies appeared throughout the region, enabling more efficient trade and providing additional sources of royal revenue. Commercial law developed alongside monetary systems to regulate the increasingly complex transactions that characterized urban economic life. Merchant guilds appeared in major cities, providing collective organization for commercial activities while establishing professional standards and dispute resolution mechanisms. These guilds were modeled on continental European examples and represented another form of institutional borrowing that facilitated integration into European economic networks. The transformation of rural society was equally profound, though often less visible than urban changes. Agricultural techniques were intensifying as population growth created increased demand for food production. The three-field system of crop rotation, borrowed from continental European agriculture, was gradually replacing less efficient traditional methods. New crops and livestock breeds were being introduced through trade relationships with southern neighbours. Property relationships in rural areas were changing as royal authority expanded, and legal systems became more sophisticated. Traditional collective ownership patterns were giving way to individual property rights that could be bought, sold, and inherited according to written law. These changes facilitated agricultural improvement while creating new forms of social stratification based on land ownership rather than warrior achievement. The role of women in these transforming societies reflected the complex interaction between traditional Norse practices and Christian influences. Viking Age women had enjoyed considerable legal and economic independence, with rights to own property, initiate divorce, and participate in business activities. Christian teachings brought different expectations regarding gender roles, but the transition was gradual and varied significantly across different social levels and geographical regions. Aristocratic women often found new opportunities within ecclesiastical institutions, founding monasteries, and exercising religious authority that had no equivalent in traditional Norse society. The conversion process itself provided some women with unusual influence as they encouraged male relatives to adopt the new faith or served as intermediaries between Christian missionaries and pagan communities. The literary culture that emerged during this transitional period demonstrates the sophisticated synthesis of old and new elements that characterized post-Viking Scandinavian society. The preservation of traditional stories and values in written form required adaptation to Christian sensibilities and European literary conventions. The result was a distinctive body of literature that combined Norse heroic themes with medieval Christian morality. The development of vernacular literature in Scandinavia paralleled similar developments elsewhere in Europe, but the particular circumstances of the transition from Viking to medieval society created unique literary forms. The Icelandic sagas, composed during the 13th and 14th centuries, represent the most sophisticated achievement of this literary synthesis, preserving detailed knowledge of Viking Age culture while reflecting the values and concerns of Christian medieval society. Educational institutions appeared throughout Scandinavia during the 12th century as the need for literate administrators, priests, and merchants increased. Cathedral schools and monastic institutions provided instruction in Latin, theology, and administrative skills, while also preserving and transmitting classical learning. These educational developments created literate elites capable of participating fully in European intellectual life. The establishment of bishoprics throughout Scandinavia represented both religious conversion and administrative innovation. Bishops served not only as religious leaders, but also as royal advisors, administrators, and diplomatic agents. The ecclesiastical hierarchy provided alternative career paths for ambitious individuals, while creating institutional structures that could survive political upheavals and dynastic changes. Diplomatic relationships between Scandinavian kingdoms and other European powers became increasingly formal and sophisticated during this period. Royal marriages connected Scandinavian dynasties with ruling houses throughout Europe, while commercial treaties regulated trade relationships and military alliances coordinated responses to common threats. These diplomatic developments both reflected and reinforced the integration of Scandinavia into European political systems. The crusading movement provided new outlets for the martial energy that had once driven Viking expansion. Scandinavian warriors participated in crusades to the Holy Land, the Baltic region, and Iberia, channeling their military skills into religiously sanctioned warfare. These expeditions served multiple purposes, providing adventure for restless warriors, while demonstrating Christian commitment and creating opportunities for territorial expansion. The Northern Crusades, directed against pagan populations in the Baltic region, were particularly significant for Scandinavian development. These campaigns enabled Swedish and Danish expansion into Finland, Estonia, and Pomerania, while providing religious justification for territorial conquest. The methods and objectives of these crusades differed significantly from traditional Viking raiding, emphasizing permanent settlement and religious conversion rather than plunder and tribute. The transformation of Scandinavian society was neither uniform nor unopposed. Traditional elements persisted alongside new innovations, creating complex cultural syntheses that varied significantly across different regions and social levels. Rural areas often maintained older practices longer than urban centres, while aristocratic families adapted more rapidly than common farmers to new social and political arrangements. Resistance to change sometimes took violent form, as traditionalist factions sought to preserve older practices and power structures. The conflicts between Christian and pagan parties in Sweden during the 11th and 12th centuries reflected deeper tensions about the direction of social development. Similar struggles occurred in Norway and Denmark, though they were generally resolved more quickly and with less violence. The persistence of runic writing alongside Latin literacy illustrates the gradual nature of cultural change. Runestones continued to be erected throughout the 12th century, though their inscriptions increasingly featured Christian themes and royal propaganda, rather than celebrations of warrior achievement. The transition from pagan to Christian commemoration was neither sudden nor complete, with many monuments reflecting the hybrid consciousness that characterized the conversion period. Archaeological evidence reveals the extent of material culture changes during this transitional period. Burial practices shifted from elaborate ship burials and weapon deposits to simple Christian interments in consecrated ground. Settlement patterns changed as defensive considerations became less important and agricultural productivity gained priority. Craft production increasingly resembled that found elsewhere in medieval Europe, rather than displaying distinctively Scandinavian characteristics. The technological innovations that had made Viking expansion possible were adapted to more peaceful purposes during this period. Shipbuilding techniques were applied to the construction of merchant vessels rather than warships, while metallurgical expertise was directed toward agricultural implements and architectural hardware. The navigational skills that had enabled Viking explorers to reach distant lands were employed in the service of legitimate trade rather than raiding expeditions. By the middle of the 12th century, the kingdoms of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden had achieved political and cultural integration with medieval European civilization that was so complete as to be irreversible. The institutional structures, legal systems, economic relationships, and cultural practices that had emerged during the transition period provided stable foundations for continued development along European lines. The demographic patterns that had once driven Viking expansion had been fundamentally altered. Population growth was being accommodated through internal development rather than emigration, while social mobility was increasingly achieved through participation in administrative, commercial, and ecclesiastical hierarchies, rather than through martial achievement. The surplus young men who had once formed the backbone of raiding expeditions were finding opportunities within their home societies. The intellectual life of these transformed societies reflected their integration into European cultural networks. Scandinavian scholars participated in the revival of classical learning that characterized the 12th century Renaissance, while Scandinavian students attended universities in Paris, Bologna, and other major educational centers. The isolation that had once characterized Scandinavian intellectual life was being replaced by active participation in European scholarly communities. The artistic production of 12th century Scandinavia demonstrates the sophisticated cultural synthesis that had emerged from the transformation process. Manuscript illumination, metalwork, and architectural sculpture combined traditional Norse techniques with European stylistic influences and Christian iconography. The result was distinctive artistic traditions that were neither purely Scandinavian nor conventionally European, but represented creative adaptations of multiple cultural sources. The linguistic legacy of the Viking Age continued to evolve during the post-Viking period in ways that reflected broader cultural changes. Old Norse remained the literary language of Iceland and provided the foundation for the development of distinct Scandinavian vernaculars. But Latin became increasingly dominant for formal administrative and scholarly purposes. The runic alphabet continued to be used for certain ceremonial purposes, but Latin script was standard for most written communication. The legal legacy of Viking Age institutions proved remarkably persistent, despite the fundamental changes in political organization. Democratic participation in governance, though modified by medieval hierarchical principles, remained stronger in Scandinavia than in most other European regions. The concept of popular consent to royal authority, expressed through traditional assemblies, continued to influence Scandinavian political development long after the establishment of centralized monarchy. Commercial networks established during the Viking Age provided foundations for the continued prosperity of Scandinavian economies within European trade systems. The expertise in navigation, shipbuilding, and long-distance commerce that had been developed during the period of expansion proved equally valuable in more peaceful commercial activities. Scandinavian merchants continued to dominate trade in the North Sea and Baltic regions throughout the medieval period. The settlement achievements of the Viking Age created permanent expansions of Scandinavian cultural influence that survived the political transformation. Iceland developed into a distinctive society that preserved Norse cultural traditions while adapting them to Christian and European influences. The Scandinavian settlements in Britain, Ireland, and France became integral parts of their host societies while contributing distinctive cultural elements that enriched the broader European synthesis. The memory of the Viking Age was preserved and transmitted through various cultural forms that shaped subsequent Scandinavian identity. The sagas composed in later centuries provided detailed narratives of Viking Age heroes and events that captured popular imagination and influenced national consciousness. These literary works, while not always historically accurate, preserved important aspects of Viking Age culture and values that might otherwise have been lost. By the 13th century, the transformation of Scandinavian society from Viking Age warrior culture to medieval Christian civilization was complete and irreversible. The kingdoms that had emerged from this process were fully integrated into European political, economic, and cultural systems, while maintaining distinctive identities rooted in their pre-Christian past. The synthesis of Norse and European elements had created societies that were uniquely Scandinavian, yet thoroughly medieval. The success of this transformation demonstrates the remarkable adaptability of Scandinavian culture. The same flexibility and pragmatism that had enabled Viking expansion across the known world also enabled successful transition to entirely different forms of social organization. The warrior values that had driven raiding and conquest were channeled into crusading warfare and royal service, while the democratic traditions that had characterized thing assemblies were adapted to the requirements of medieval governance. The economic foundations that had sustained Viking Age society were completely reconstructed during the transition period. The wealth that had once flowed northward through raiding and slave trading was replaced by agricultural production, craft manufacture, and legitimate commerce. The demographic pressures that had driven expansion were relieved through internal development and social differentiation that created new opportunities within Scandinavian societies. The religious transformation that accompanied political and economic change was equally thorough. The pagan worldview that had emphasized warrior values and personal honor was replaced by Christian teachings that stressed humility, charity, and spiritual salvation. The temples and sacred groves that had been centers of traditional religious life were replaced by stone churches that connected local communities to the universal Catholic Church. Cultural production during the transition period reflected the complex negotiation between old and new values that characterized the transformation process. Traditional artistic techniques were applied to Christian subjects, while European stylistic influences were adapted to local tastes and materials. The result was a distinctive Scandinavian medieval culture that combined elements from multiple sources in creative and innovative ways. The institutional legacy of the transformation period provided foundations for continued Scandinavian political development. The monarchical systems established during the 11th and 12th centuries proved capable of adaptation and evolution, while the legal traditions that emerged during the transition retained democratic elements that distinguished Scandinavian governance from more authoritarian European models. The ecclesiastical institutions that were established during the conversion period became centers of learning and cultural development. As the 13th century progressed, the memory of the Viking Age was already becoming historical rather than personal. The last generation to remember the old ways was passing from the scene, and their children knew only the new world of Christian kingdoms and European civilization. The longships that had once carried raiders across the North Sea were rotting in forgotten boatyards, while the dragonheads that had terrorized European coasts were being carved as decorative elements on church doorways. The transformation was so complete that visitors from other parts of Europe could no longer distinguish Scandinavian societies from their southern neighbours. The kings, who ruled in Copenhagen, Oslo and Stockholm, were indistinguishable in their practices and aspirations from their counterparts in Paris, London or Vienna. The warriors who served these kings fought with the same weapons, followed the same tactics, and shared the same values as knights throughout Christian Europe. Yet beneath this surface conformity, distinctive elements of Scandinavian culture persisted. The legal traditions that emphasized popular participation, the commercial practices that reflected maritime expertise, and the literary traditions that preserved heroic values all contributed to cultural identities that remained recognizably Scandinavian even within the broader European context. The transformation had been successful precisely because it had preserved what was valuable in the old culture while adapting it to new circumstances. The Viking Age had ended not with dramatic collapse, but with successful evolution. The raiders had become rulers, the pagans had become Christians, and the scattered tribes had become unified kingdoms. In adapting to survive, the Vikings had transformed not only themselves, but the entire cultural and political landscape of Northern Europe. Their achievement lay not in resisting change, but in managing it so skillfully that their societies emerged stronger and more prosperous than they had been before. The kingdoms they had created, the institutions they had established, and the cultural traditions they had developed would provide foundations for centuries of subsequent development. The Viking Age was over, but its legacy lived on in the languages, laws, and customs of the Scandinavian peoples. The transformation had been so successful that it became invisible, absorbed so completely into the fabric of European civilization that it could never be separated from it. In the end, the fall of the Vikings was not a fall at all, but a metamorphosis. The warrior culture that had emerged from the mists of northern Europe had evolved into something entirely different, yet recognizably descended from its origins. The longships had been drawn up for the last time, but the peoples who had built them had found new ways to navigate the currents of historical change. The age of raids and conquest was over, but the age of Scandinavian civilization had only just begun. Just begun. The final decades of the 11th century witnessed the consolidation of changes that had been building for generations. The political map of Northern Europe was being redrawn not through conquest, but through the quiet work of administrators, priests, and merchants who were creating new forms of social organization that bore little resemblance to the warrior societies that had preceded them. The administrative revolution that transformed Scandinavian governance during this period represents one of the most remarkable institutional developments in medieval European history. The informal networks of personal loyalty that had characterized Viking Age politics were being replaced by bureaucratic structures that could function independently of individual personalities. Royal chanceries appeared in all three kingdoms, staffed by clerks trained in Latin who maintained systematic records of legal proceedings, financial transactions, and diplomatic correspondence. The development of written administration required not only literate personnel, but also standardized procedures and institutional continuity. The Church provided both the educational infrastructure necessary to train administrators and the organizational models that could be adapted for secular purposes. Bishops and abbots who had learned to manage complex ecclesiastical institutions brought their expertise to royal service, creating hybrid administrative systems that combined clerical efficiency with royal authority. Taxation systems that emerged during this period demonstrate the thoroughness of the transformation from consensual to bureaucratic governance. Traditional Norse society had operated through gift exchange and voluntary contributions, with wealth redistribution occurring through the generosity of successful leaders, rather than systematic collection procedures. The new tax systems required detailed assessments of individual wealth, regular collection schedules, and professional staff capable of maintaining accurate records across entire kingdoms. The resistance to taxation that occurred throughout Scandinavia during the 12th century reflected deeper tensions about the nature of political authority. Free farmers who had participated directly in traditional thing assemblies found themselves subject to royal demands that they had no direct role in formulating. The democratic elements that had characterized Viking Age governance were being subordinated to the efficiency requirements of centralized administration. Legal codification proceeded alongside administrative development, as traditional oral law was systematically recorded and standardized. The process required not merely transcription, but fundamental reconceptualization of legal principles. Norse customary law had emphasized compensation and reconciliation, with legal proceedings designed to restore social harmony rather than punish wrongdoing. The new written codes incorporated these traditional elements within frameworks that emphasized royal authority and formal procedures. The famous laws of Magnus the Good in Norway and the Jutland Code in Denmark represent sophisticated attempts to synthesize traditional Norse legal concepts with continental European practices. These codes established comprehensive frameworks for civil and criminal law, while preserving important elements of traditional democratic participation. The thing assemblies continued to function, but their role was increasingly ceremonial rather than substantive. Property law underwent particularly significant changes during this period as individual ownership rights were strengthened and collective ownership patterns were gradually eliminated. The traditional system of collective land tenure, where families and communities shared rights to agricultural and pastoral resources, was being replaced by individual property rights that could be bought, sold, and inherited according to written legal procedures. These changes in property law facilitated agricultural intensification and commercial development while creating new forms of social stratification. Successful farmers and merchants could accumulate land and wealth in ways that had been impossible under traditional collective ownership systems, while unsuccessful individuals could lose their economic independence entirely. The relatively egalitarian social structure of Viking Age society was giving way to more rigid hierarchies based on wealth and legal status. The transformation of rural society during this period involved not only changes in legal and economic relationships, but also fundamental alterations in settlement patterns and agricultural practices. The dispersed farmsteads that had characterized Viking Age settlement were increasingly supplemented by nucleated villages organized around parish churches and market centers. These new settlement forms reflected both the influence of Christian organization and the requirements of more intensive agricultural production. Agricultural techniques were evolving rapidly as population growth created pressure for increased food production. The three-field system of crop rotation, borrowed from continental European agriculture, was gradually replacing less efficient traditional methods throughout Scandinavia. New crops were being introduced through trade relationships with southern neighbors, while selective breeding was improving livestock productivity. The introduction of the heavy plough represented a particularly significant technological innovation that required both substantial capital investment and cooperative labor organization. Traditional Norse agriculture had relied on light ploughs that could be operated by individual families, but the heavy plough required teams of oxen and coordinated effort that encouraged the development of village communities and collective work arrangements. Craft production was becoming increasingly specialized and market-oriented during this period, as urban centers developed and trade relationships expanded. The household production that had characterized Viking Age society was being supplemented by professional craftsmen who specialized in particular products and techniques. Blacksmiths, carpenters, potters, and textile workers were establishing workshops in emerging towns and cities, where they could serve broader markets than had been possible under the traditional system. The guild organizations that appeared in Scandinavian cities during the 12th century represented another form of institutional borrowing from continental European models. These associations provided collective organization for craft production while establishing professional standards and training procedures. The guild system created new forms of social identity based on occupational specialization rather than kinship or territorial connections. Monetary systems developed rapidly during this period as the complexity of commercial relationships increased beyond what could be managed through barter or gift exchange. Royal mints producing standardized silver coins appeared throughout Scandinavia, enabling more efficient trade while providing additional sources of royal revenue. The transition from weight-based to counted money represented a fundamental change in economic organization that facilitated commercial development. Commercial law evolved alongside monetary systems to regulate the increasingly complex transactions that characterized urban economic life. Standardized weights, measures, and quality standards were established for major trade goods, while formal procedures were developed for contract enforcement and dispute resolution. These innovations reduced transaction costs and enabled more sophisticated commercial relationships than had been possible under traditional informal arrangements. The development of credit systems during this period demonstrates the growing sophistication of Scandinavian commercial practices. Italian and German merchants who established operations in Scandinavian cities brought with them financial techniques that enabled long-distance trade and large-scale commercial ventures. The integration of Scandinavian economies into European commercial networks was proceeding rapidly as institutional barriers to trade were systematically eliminated. Urban development accelerated throughout the region as administrative, commercial, and craft functions became concentrated in specialized centers. The cities that emerged during this period were not merely enlarged villages, but represented fundamentally different forms of social organization. Urban populations were more diverse, more mobile, and more dependent on market relationships than rural communities, creating new forms of social interaction and cultural development. The physical appearance of these emerging cities reflected their integration into European urban traditions. Stone construction replaced wood as the preferred building material for important structures, while street layouts and public spaces were organized according to continental models. The urban architecture of 12th century Scandinavia was becoming indistinguishable from that found elsewhere in medieval Europe. Religious architecture continued to evolve during this period as stone churches replaced earlier wooden structures and architectural styles became increasingly sophisticated. The great cathedrals that were constructed in major cities during the 12th and 13th centuries represented not only religious devotion, but also civic pride and royal authority. These buildings required enormous investments of resources and demonstrated the capacity of the new political and economic systems to organize large-scale construction projects. The artistic programs of these religious buildings demonstrate the complete integration of Scandinavian culture into European Christian traditions. The sculptural decorations, manuscript illuminations, and liturgical objects produced during this period combine traditional Norse artistic techniques with continental European stylistic influences and Christian iconography. The result was a distinctive Scandinavian medieval art that was neither purely traditional nor conventionally European. Educational developments during this period laid the foundations for continued cultural integration with European intellectual traditions. Cathedral schools and monastic institutions provided instruction not only in religious subjects, but also in the liberal arts curriculum that was becoming standard throughout Christian Europe. Scandinavian students began attending universities in Paris, Bologna, and other major educational centres, while foreign scholars were attracted to positions in Scandinavian institutions. The intellectual life of 12th century Scandinavia was becoming increasingly cosmopolitan, as scholars participated in the revival of classical learning that characterized the period. Latin literature, philosophy, and science were studied alongside traditional Norse poetry and history, creating synthetic intellectual traditions that combined elements from multiple cultural sources. The isolation that had once characterized Scandinavian intellectual development was being replaced by active participation in European scholarly communities. Legal education became particularly important during this period as the complexity of written law codes required professional training for judges and administrators. The University of Bologna, which had developed the most sophisticated legal curriculum in Europe, attracted students from throughout Scandinavia who returned home to serve in royal administration or ecclesiastical institutions. This legal education created professional classes that were committed to European institutional models rather than traditional Norse practices. The diplomatic relationships that developed between Scandinavian kingdoms and other European powers during this period demonstrate the complete integration of these societies into continental political systems. Royal marriages connected Scandinavian dynasties with ruling houses throughout Europe, while commercial treaties regulated trade relationships and military alliances coordinated responses to common threats. The isolation that had once characterized Scandinavian foreign relations was being replaced by systematic participation in European diplomacy. Marriage alliances were particularly important instruments of diplomatic integration, as they created permanent relationships between royal families that transcended individual political calculations. The daughters and sons of Scandinavian kings were married throughout European royal and noble families, creating kinship networks that facilitated communication and cooperation. These marriage relationships also served as channels for cultural transmission, bringing European courtly practices and intellectual traditions into Scandinavian royal courts. The participation of Scandinavian forces in crusading expeditions represents another dimension of European integration during this period. The Northern Crusades, directed against pagan populations in the Baltic region, provided outlets for traditional warrior values while serving the broader objectives of Christian expansion. These campaigns enabled Swedish and Danish territorial expansion while demonstrating religious commitment and creating opportunities for military service within Christian frameworks. The methods and objectives of crusading warfare differed significantly from traditional Viking raiding in ways that reflect the broader transformation of Scandinavian society. Crusading expeditions were organized by royal authority rather than individual initiative, employed professional military forces rather than voluntary warrior bands, and aimed at permanent conquest and religious conversion rather than plunder and tribute collection. The same military skills that had once served raiding purposes were being channeled into religiously sanctioned territorial expansion. The settlement patterns that emerged in conquered territories during the Northern Crusades demonstrate the transformation of Scandinavian colonization practices. Traditional Viking settlement had involved the establishment of trading posts and military strongholds that maintained connections with Scandinavian homelands while adapting to local conditions. Crusading settlement involved the systematic implantation of European institutional structures, including feudal landholding, parish organization, and urban development, according to continental models. The linguistic consequences of this institutional transformation were profound, as Latin became the language of administration, education, and formal communication throughout Scandinavian society. While vernacular languages continued to be used for daily communication and traditional literature, Latin provided access to European intellectual traditions and facilitated communication with other Christian societies. The development of vernacular writing systems occurred within this Latin-dominated cultural context. The preservation of traditional Norse literature during this period required adaptation to Christian sensibilities and European literary conventions. The great saga collections that were compiled during the 13th century represent sophisticated attempts to preserve traditional cultural values while making them acceptable to Christian audiences. These literary works demonstrate the complex negotiation between old and new values that characterize the transformation period. The historical consciousness that emerges from saga literature reflects the ambivalent relationship between medieval Scandinavian society and its Viking Age past. The saga authors celebrated the courage and independence of their ancestors while implicitly acknowledging that such behavior was no longer appropriate in their contemporary Christian world. This literary treatment of the Viking Age established patterns of historical interpretation that would influence Scandinavian cultural identity for centuries. Archaeological evidence from the 12th and 13th centuries reveals the extent of material culture changes that accompanied political and religious transformation. Burial practices had shifted completely from elaborate ship burials and weapon deposits to simple Christian interments in consecrated ground. Settlement archaeology shows the abandonment of defensive sites in favor of locations chosen for agricultural productivity and commercial access. Artifact assemblages increasingly resemble those found elsewhere in medieval Europe, rather than displaying distinctively Scandinavian characteristics. The transformation of domestic architecture during this period reflects changing social relationships and cultural values. The great halls that had served as centers of warrior culture were being replaced by more specialized residential structures that emphasized privacy and comfort rather than communal celebration. These architectural changes both reflected and reinforced the individualization of social relationships that was occurring throughout Scandinavian society. The technological innovations that had enabled Viking Age expansion were being adapted to more peaceful purposes as societal priorities shifted toward internal development rather than external conquest. Shipbuilding expertise was applied to the construction of merchant vessels rather than warships, while metallurgical knowledge was directed toward agricultural implements and construction hardware. The navigational skills that had enabled Viking exploration were employed in legitimate commerce rather than raiding expeditions. The demographic patterns that had once driven Viking expansion were fundamentally altered, as population growth was accommodated through internal development rather than emigration. Social mobility was increasingly achieved through participation in administrative, commercial, and ecclesiastical hierarchies, rather than through martial achievement. The surplus young men who had once formed the backbone of raiding expeditions were finding opportunities within their home societies through the new institutional structures that were being created. Gender relationships were evolving in response to Christian teachings and European social models, though the transition was gradual and varied significantly across different social levels. The independence that women had enjoyed under traditional Norse law was being modified by Christian emphasis on male authority and monogamous marriage. But aristocratic women often found new opportunities within ecclesiastical institutions or as political actors in their own right. The family structures that emerged during this period combined traditional Norse kinship practices with Christian marriage customs and European inheritance patterns. The extended kinship groups that had provided security and identity in Viking Age society were becoming less important as nuclear families gained legal recognition and economic independence. These changes in family organization both reflected and reinforced broader transformations in social structure. Economic relationships were being fundamentally restructured as market mechanisms replaced gift exchange and reciprocal obligation as the primary means of resource allocation. The personal relationships that had characterized traditional economic activity were being supplemented by impersonal market transactions that enabled more efficient resource utilization, but reduced the social bonds that had provided community cohesion. The environmental consequences of these economic changes were becoming apparent as agricultural intensification and population growth placed increasing pressure on natural resources. Forest clearance accelerated to provide additional agricultural land and building materials, while intensive cultivation began to cause soil depletion in some areas. These environmental changes both reflected and constrained the possibilities for continued development according to European models. By the middle of the 13th century, the transformation of Scandinavian society was so complete that contemporaries had difficulty imagining how their ancestors had lived just 2 centuries earlier. The institutional structures, cultural practices, and social relationships that had emerged during the transition period had become naturalized as normal features of civilized life. The Viking Age was remembered as a heroic but primitive period that had been superseded by Christian civilization. The success of this transformation process demonstrates the remarkable adaptability that had always characterized Scandinavian culture. The same flexibility that had enabled Viking expansion across the known world had facilitated successful adaptation to completely different social and political circumstances. The warrior values that had driven raiding and conquest were channeled into crusading warfare and royal service, while democratic traditions were preserved within modified institutional frameworks. The economic foundations that sustained post-Viking Scandinavian society proved more stable and productive than those that had supported the earlier warrior culture. Agricultural intensification and commercial development provided growing prosperity for larger populations, while institutional innovations enabled more sophisticated forms of social organization. The demographic pressures that had driven Viking expansion were permanently resolved through internal development. The cultural achievements of medieval Scandinavia represent creative syntheses of Norse traditions with European Christian civilization, rather than simple adoptions of foreign practices. The legal systems, artistic traditions, and intellectual developments that emerged during the transformation period were distinctively Scandinavian, while being fully compatible with European standards. This cultural synthesis enriched both Scandinavian society and European civilization more broadly. The institutional legacy of the transformation period provided foundations for centuries of subsequent political development. The monarchical systems that were established during the 11th and 12th centuries proved capable of evolution and adaptation to changing circumstances, while the legal traditions that emerged retained democratic elements that distinguished Scandinavian governance from more authoritarian European models. The commercial networks and urban centres that developed during the transition period continue to serve as foundations for Scandinavian economic development throughout the medieval period and beyond. The expertise in navigation, shipbuilding, and international trade that had been developed during the Viking Age was successfully adapted to peaceful commercial purposes, enabling continued prosperity within European economic systems. The memory of the Viking Age was preserved through literary and historical traditions that shaped Scandinavian cultural identity while acknowledging the superiority of Christian civilization. This historical consciousness enabled Scandinavian societies to maintain distinctive identities within the broader European context, while avoiding the cultural conflicts that might have resulted from complete rejection of their pre-Christian past. As the 13th century progressed, the final traces of Viking Age culture were disappearing from active social life, preserved only in literary traditions and archaeological remains. The last generation to have personal memories of the transition period was passing away, and their descendants knew only the Christian kingdoms that had emerged from the transformation process. The longships that had once carried raiders across northern seas were remembered only in poetry and legend. The political structures that had emerged from the transformation process were proving their stability and effectiveness through their capacity to maintain order, promote prosperity, and defend their territories against external threats. The kingdoms of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden had achieved institutional maturity that enabled them to function as integral parts of medieval European civilization, while preserving their distinctive cultural characteristics. The religious transformation that had begun with individual conversions in the 10th century was now complete, with pagan practices surviving only as folk customs stripped of their original religious significance. The stone churches that dominated the landscape provided visible symbols of the successful integration of Scandinavian societies into Christian Europe, while the ecclesiastical institutions that had been established during the conversion period continued to serve as centers of learning and cultural development. The social hierarchies that had developed during the transformation period had become accepted features of civilized life, with aristocratic families, professional administrators, urban merchants, and rural farmers, each occupying recognized positions within stable social structures. The social mobility that had characterized Viking Age warrior society was being replaced by more predictable patterns of inheritance and professional advancement. The cultural production of 13th century Scandinavia demonstrates the complete integration of these societies into European artistic and intellectual traditions. Architecture, sculpture, manuscript illumination, and literary composition all followed continental models, while incorporating distinctively Scandinavian elements that reflected local tastes and traditions. The isolation that had once characterized Scandinavian cultural development was permanently ended. The educational institutions that had been established during the transformation period were producing literate elites capable of participating fully in European intellectual life. Scandinavian scholars contributed to the development of medieval philosophy, theology, and law, while maintaining scholarly connections throughout Christian Europe. The intellectual isolation of the Viking Age had been replaced by active participation in European scholarly communities. The transformation of Scandinavian society from Viking Age warrior culture to medieval Christian civilization represents one of the most successful cultural adaptations in human history. The process required extraordinary flexibility and pragmatism, qualities that had characterized Norse culture throughout its history. The same adaptability that had enabled Viking expansion across the known world facilitated successful transition to completely different forms of social organization. The kingdoms that emerged from this transformation process would continue to evolve and develop throughout the medieval period, adapting to changing circumstances while maintaining their distinctive identities. The foundations that were laid during the 11th and 12th centuries proved sufficiently strong and flexible to support centuries of subsequent development. The Viking Age was over, but its legacy lived on in the institutions, traditions, and cultural patterns of medieval Scandinavia. The story of the Vikings' transformation from raiders to rulers, from pagans to Christians, from scattered tribes to unified kingdoms, demonstrates the capacity of human societies to reinvent themselves when circumstances require fundamental change. The success of this adaptation explains why Scandinavian societies not only survived, but prospered during the medieval period, contributing to the richness and diversity of European civilization while maintaining their own distinctive characteristics. In the end, the fall of the Vikings was not a fall at all, but a metamorphosis so complete and successful that it became invisible. The warrior culture that had emerged from Northern Europe had evolved into something entirely different, yet recognizably descended from its origins. The transformation had been achieved not through conquest or catastrophe, but through the quiet work of adaptation and integration that enabled these remarkable societies to find new ways of flourishing in a changing world. The transformation was irreversible. The warrior kings, who had dreamed of reviving ancient glories, found themselves governing subjects who increasingly looked southward for inspiration rather than backward for validation. The young men who might once have sailed west in search of adventure were now travelling south in search of education, returning home with law degrees from Bologna and theological training from Paris. The intellectual revolution that accompanied political transformation was perhaps the most profound change of all. The oral culture that had sustained Viking Age society for centuries was giving way to written traditions that emphasized permanence over flexibility, authority over consensus. Royal chanceries that had begun as simple record-keeping operations evolved into sophisticated administrative machines capable of governing territories that dwarfed the chieftains' domains of earlier generations. In Denmark, the successors of Harald Bluetooth were implementing tax systems that would have been incomprehensible to their Viking Age predecessors. Professional administrators trained in continental methods were assessing property values, recording legal obligations, and maintaining financial accounts according to standardized procedures borrowed from Frankish and German models. The personal relationships that had once governed resource distribution were being replaced by impersonal, bureaucratic mechanisms. The transformation of military organization reflected these broader changes in political culture. The household warriors, who served medieval Scandinavian kings, bore little resemblance to the independent fighters who had followed Viking Age chieftains. These new soldiers served for regular wages rather than hopes of plunder, followed standardized training regimens rather than personal inspiration, and fought in coordinated formations rather than individual displays of courage. Professional military service created new forms of social identity that transcended traditional kinship and territorial loyalties. A Danish knight serving his king in the Baltic Crusades had more in common with a French knight serving his lord in the Holy Land than either had with their own grandfathers, who might have participated in Viking raids. The warrior culture was not disappearing, but transforming into something that would have been foreign to earlier generations. The urban centres that emerged throughout Scandinavia during the 12th and 13th centuries represented entirely new forms of social organisation. Cities like Stockholm, Bergen, and Lund were not merely enlarged versions of traditional settlements, but fundamentally different communities based on commercial relationships rather than kinship obligations. Urban populations were more diverse, more mobile, and more dependent on market mechanisms than rural communities. The guild organizations that appeared in these cities created new forms of collective identity based on occupational specialization rather than family connections. Master craftsmen, journeymen, and apprentices formed hierarchical associations that regulated production, maintained quality standards, and provided social services for their members. These urban institutions were modelled directly on continental European examples and represented another form of institutional borrowing that facilitated integration. Commercial relationships were becoming increasingly sophisticated as Scandinavian merchants integrated into European trade networks. The barter systems that had characterized Viking Age commerce were being supplemented by monetary transactions that enabled more complex business arrangements. Credit mechanisms borrowed from Italian and German commercial practices allowed for long-distance trade and large-scale investment projects that had been impossible under traditional economic systems. The development of banking and credit represented a fundamental shift in economic thinking that paralleled broader cultural changes. Traditional Norse society had operated through gift exchange and reciprocal obligation, with wealth serving primarily as a means of maintaining social relationships rather than generating additional income. The new commercial practices treated money as a commodity that could be rented, invested, and multiplied through systematic business activities. Agricultural production was intensifying throughout the region, as population growth created demand for increased food supplies. The three-field system of crop rotation was becoming standard practice, while new crops and livestock breeds were being introduced through trade relationships with southern neighbours. These agricultural innovations required cooperation between neighbouring farmers and investment in infrastructure that transcended individual property boundaries. The legal frameworks necessary to support these agricultural improvements were being imported wholesale from continental European models. Property law was becoming more sophisticated as individual ownership rights were strengthened and transfer mechanisms were standardized. Contract law was developing to regulate the increasingly complex relationships between landlords, tenants, and agricultural workers. Rural society was stratifying in ways that reflected broader social changes occurring throughout Scandinavian civilization. Successful farmers were accumulating land and wealth that enabled them to participate in commercial agriculture, while unsuccessful cultivators were losing their independence and becoming wage labourers. The relatively egalitarian social structure of Viking Age rural society was giving way to more rigid hierarchies based on property ownership. The transformation of women's roles during this period reflected the complex interaction between traditional Norse practices and Christian influences. Viking Age women had enjoyed considerable legal and economic independence, with rights to own property, initiate divorce, and participate in commercial activities. Christian teachings brought different expectations regarding gender roles, but the adaptation was gradual and varied significantly across social levels. Aristocratic women often found new opportunities within ecclesiastical institutions as abbesses and religious reformers who wielded considerable spiritual and temporal authority. The conversion process itself had provided some women with unusual influence as they encouraged male relatives to adopt Christianity or served as intermediaries between missionaries and pagan communities. These religious roles offered alternative paths to social prominence that had no equivalent in traditional Norse society. The literary culture that emerged during the 13th century demonstrates the sophisticated synthesis of Norse and European elements that characterized post-Viking civilization. The great saga collections represented remarkable attempts to preserve traditional cultural values while making them acceptable to Christian audiences. These works celebrated the courage and independence of Viking Age heroes, while implicitly acknowledging that such behavior was no longer appropriate in contemporary society. The historical consciousness reflected in saga literature reveals the ambivalent relationship between medieval Scandinavian society and its pre-Christian past. The saga authors clearly admired the boldness and freedom of their ancestors, while recognizing that Viking Age values were incompatible with Christian civilization. This literary treatment established patterns of historical interpretation that influenced Scandinavian cultural identity for centuries. Educational developments during this period created literate elites capable of participating fully in European intellectual life. Cathedral schools and monastic institutions provided instruction not only in religious subjects, but also in the liberal arts curriculum that was becoming standard throughout Christian Europe. The isolation that had once characterized Scandinavian intellectual development was being replaced by active participation in European scholarly communities. The University of Paris attracted students from throughout Scandinavia who returned home to serve in royal administration or ecclesiastical institutions. This educational exchange created professional classes that were committed to European institutional models rather than traditional Norse practices. The intellectual foundations of medieval Scandinavian civilization were being laid by scholars who had received their training in continental centers of learning. Legal education became particularly important, as the complexity of written law codes required professional training for judges and administrators. Scandinavian students who studied Roman law at Bologna brought back sophisticated legal concepts that were adapted to local conditions and traditional practices. The result was distinctive legal systems that combined Norse customary law with continental European jurisprudence. The diplomatic relationships that developed between Scandinavian kingdoms and other European powers demonstrated the complete integration of these societies into continental political systems. Royal marriages created permanent relationships between dynasties that facilitated communication and cooperation across cultural boundaries. Commercial treaties regulated trade relationships, while military alliances coordinated responses to common threats. The crusading movement provided new outlets for traditional warrior values while serving the broader objectives of Christian expansion. The Northern Crusades enabled Swedish and Danish territorial expansion into the Baltic region, while demonstrating religious commitment and creating opportunities for military service within Christian frameworks. These campaigns represented the successful channeling of Viking Age martial energy into religiously sanctioned conquest. The methods employed in crusading warfare differed significantly from traditional Viking raiding in ways that reflected broader changes in Scandinavian military culture. Crusading expeditions were organized by royal authority rather than individual initiative, employed professional forces rather than voluntary warrior bands, and aimed at permanent conquest rather than temporary plunder. The institutional structures that supported these campaigns were borrowed directly from continental European models. Settlement patterns in conquered territories demonstrated the transformation of Scandinavian colonization practices. Traditional Viking settlement had involved the establishment of trading posts and military strongholds that maintained connections with Scandinavian homelands while adapting to local conditions. Crusading settlement involved the systematic implantation of European institutional structures, including feudal landholding, parish organization, and urban development. The linguistic consequences of institutional transformation were becoming apparent as Latin established itself as the language of administration, education, and formal communication throughout Scandinavian society. While vernacular languages continued to be used for daily communication and traditional literature, Latin provided access to European intellectual traditions and facilitated communication with other Christian societies. The preservation of traditional Norse literature required adaptation to Christian sensibilities and European literary conventions. Scribes who recorded ancient poems and stories modified them to eliminate obviously pagan elements while emphasizing themes that were compatible with Christian teachings. This editorial process created hybrid texts that preserved important cultural information while making it acceptable to contemporary audiences. Archaeological evidence from the 13th century reveals the extent of material culture changes that accompanied political and religious transformation. Burial practices had shifted completely from elaborate ship burials and weapon deposits to simple Christian interments in consecrated ground. Settlement archaeology shows the abandonment of defensive sites in favor of locations chosen for agricultural productivity and commercial access. Artifact assemblages from this period increasingly resemble those found elsewhere in medieval Europe, rather than displaying distinctively Scandinavian characteristics. Pottery, metalwork, and textile production were following continental styles and techniques, while imported goods were becoming more common as trade relationships expanded. The material culture of medieval Scandinavia was becoming indistinguishable from that found in other parts of Christian Europe. The transformation of domestic architecture reflected changing social relationships and cultural values. The great halls that had served as centers of warrior culture were being replaced by more specialized residential structures that emphasized privacy and comfort rather than communal celebration. These architectural changes both reflected and reinforced the individualization of social relationships that was occurring throughout Scandinavian society. Religious architecture continued to evolve as stone construction became standard for important ecclesiastical buildings. The great cathedrals that were constructed during the 13th century represented not only religious devotion, but also technical achievement and artistic sophistication. These buildings required enormous investments of resources and demonstrated the capacity of medieval Scandinavian societies to organize large-scale construction projects. The artistic programs of religious buildings demonstrate the complete integration of Scandinavian culture into European Christian artistic traditions. Sculptural decorations, stained glass windows, and liturgical objects combined traditional Norse craftsmanship with continental European stylistic influences and Christian iconography. The result was distinctive regional variations of European medieval art that were neither purely traditional nor conventionally foreign. Technological innovations that had enabled Viking Age expansion were being adapted to peaceful purposes as societal priorities shifted toward internal development. Shipbuilding expertise was applied to merchant vessel construction rather than warship design, while metallurgical knowledge was directed toward agricultural implements and construction hardware. The navigational skills that had enabled Viking exploration were employed in legitimate commerce rather than raiding expeditions. And so, as the 13th century dawned across northern Europe, the great transformation was complete. The dragon-prowed ships that had once carried terror across distant seas now served only as memories carved in stone church doorways. The warriors who had sought glory in foreign lands now knelt in prayer beneath vaulted ceilings, their swords replaced by crosses, their battle cries silenced by hymns. The Viking Age had not ended with a single dramatic battle or royal decree, but through the quiet accumulation of countless small changes. Each Christian conversion, each written law, each stone church built upon the foundations of a wooden temple marked another step in an inexorable transformation that had remade the entire fabric of Scandinavian society. What emerged from this centuries-long metamorphosis was not the death of Norse culture, but its successful adaptation to medieval European civilization. The kingdoms of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden had become fully integrated members of Christendom, their kings indistinguishable from their counterparts in France or England, their merchants trading according to continental customs, their scholars studying in the same universities as their former enemies. The adaptability that had once carried Viking warriors across oceans to raid and conquer had enabled their descendants to navigate the equally treacherous waters of political and religious change. In learning to transform themselves, the Scandinavians had achieved something perhaps more remarkable than their ancestors' conquests. They had evolved, survived, and prospered by becoming something entirely new, while preserving what was essential from their past. The Viking Age was over, but its legacy lived on in the languages, laws, and institutions of medieval Europe, woven so deeply into the fabric of civilization that it could never be untangled. The raiders had become rulers, the pagans had become Christians, and the age of the longship had given way to the age of the cathedral. It was not an ending, but a beginning.